atomizer was given out when this gun first released. But it wasn't just a simple login bonus. You had to complete a business battle between December 21st and 31st of 2018.
I just bought
A
it.
different type of rarity that we haven't talked about.
Oh, they changed it again. Okay, hey guys, get some candy. Milky Way's not 100 years old, so we're gonna have some candy and that's it. But I'm gonna have some candy right now, and this is gonna be a long live stream for fun.
This was the first limited design on a melee weapon, making it one of the rarest. The pump shotgun has a livery called Dildo Dude Camo, which is obviously connected to the first ghost missions and require you to complete all 6 of them on hard difficulty between January 12th and February 8th, 2023. Now, before I touch on the last weapon livery, do you guys want to see a rare weapons livery video? Because I haven't touched on it yet. There's quite a few more that are just slightly less rare than these. Circling back to another holiday bonus, this Season's Greetings weapon livery for the Pistol Mark II was given to any player who completed the Weasel Puzzle Shootout random event. This wasn't the only thing you got from doing the event, but this is probably the least talked about reward, meaning that you might have it without even realizing it. The other reward for completing the special event was the WM29 pistol. This pistol is very similar to the ceramic pistol with some minor differences, but it is the used by Hans Gruber in the movie Die Hard, which is what the random event is based on. The Parafill pistol can be obtained by stealing it from Elzurio's desk, but you'll have to unlock the drawer, and to do that, you have to find a guard who's passed out on the mainland and steal a key before starting the heist. The only weapon available on the island is the combat shotgun, but the reason it's only an honorable mention is because you don't need any prerequisites to get it. You just go to the island and find it. The only other weapons that are considered rare within the game are the collectible items, including the major revolver, the double action revolver, and the stone hatchet.
Have it.
Require you to find the Blaine County serial killer and kill him, complete a treasure hunt for Vanderlyn, and complete 5 bounty target missions following a text from Bob Eccles. So now we can get into the largest category of this entire list, the rare clothing. But first,
I'm into clothing.
Kyle is trying to get 2,500 subs before he assists. If he does, I promise to the ranking of all of you on Malta, which is obviously my least favorite vehicle in the game. So I don't want to do that, and the ball's in your court. The Kiflam shirt is another chance-based reward.
Oh.
It requires you to drink Macbeth whiskey, preferably in the nightclub, and every time after you drink the whiskey, you'll pass out and wake up somewhere around the map, most likely in the bathroom or wherever you took the shot. But there is a small chance that you wake up on top of the Epsilon building wearing this rare shirt. Another chance-based shirt is the Nazar Speaks t-shirt. Each time you interact with the Nazar arcade game, there's a chance of something happening. In this instance, we're talking about how to get this shirt. Now, this might not be the rarest thing by chance in the game, but it is difficult to obtain, especially since many players don't know that this exists. There's also a small chance that when talking to Nazar, the weather on the server will change. This can include sunny weather, stormy weather, or even snow, regardless of what time of year it is. So if you do end up in a lobby with snow, it might not be a modder. It might just be someone who got lucky with Nazar Speaks. If you want to break down a video of everything Nazar can do, let me know. Also located within the arcade is the Arcade Trophy Team. This shirt requires you to get every single trophy within the arcade, which might sound easy on paper, but is actually much more difficult than you think. I could have mentioned the shiny Wasabi Kitty t-shirt because how difficult it is to get every plushie in the claw machine. Now, each plushie has a 1% chance of being picked up if you have the claw perfectly lined, except for the shiny Wasabi Kitty plushie, which has a 0.5% chance. So between this and every other award and achievement you need within the arcade, this shirt is definitely a grind with a lot of chance if you want it. The following 4 shirts were all given to any player who transferred from the original version of the game to the next-gen versions on PS4 or Xbox One. They include the black OG t-shirt, the black Original Gangster t-shirt, the white OG t-shirt, and the white Original Gangster t-shirt. Some other rare t-shirts include the Victory Fest t-shirt, which was a special crate drop in early 2014 and has never returned, the Vinewood Zombie Type 2 shirt, which was given to players who won it during a t-shirt cannon raffle in an official Rockstar Games live stream in late 2015. And the Rockstar V-neck, which was originally believed to require the player to have a job verified by Rockstar. However, some players have managed to get their shirt without having that. So, how to get this shirt is not fully confirmed, but we still know that it's very rare. There's only one rare pair of shoes, and it's the Dog with Cone slip-ons, which, similar to the rare Dog with Cone chain in the accessories category, both require you to purchase the yellow Dog with Cone Master Penthouse decoration. The problem today is that after purchasing this decoration, these items are not rewarded. Now, we aren't sure why, because there wasn't specific dates on this, but it seems very difficult to obtain these today. The only other rare accessory I'm going to mention is the Black Beat-Off earphones, which had a chance to be awarded to any player who delivered event cargo in December of 2022. The rarest sunglasses in the game are the Sunset Oversized Shades, which are given to the player for completing one of Simian's export requests in July of 2021. Moving to hats, we have a login bonus from October 23rd, 2015 with the Magnetic Scripted Fitted hat, which has never fully returned, which makes it nearly 11 years old. But there is one hat even older than that, despite the fact it's actually quite new in the game, and it's the 12-year party hat, which is given to the player for celebrating their 12th year anniversary. So you would have had to have the same character created 12 years ago as you do today. As for outfits, we have the silver party outfit, which was given to players on their 10-year anniversary, and there's also a bronze one for the 5-year anniversary, which leads me to believe that there will be a gold one on the 15th year. The Mr. Right outfit is likely the largest grind in the outfits category, requiring you to complete Tier 4 in 30 different areas of career progress, which will definitely take a long time. Honorable mentions go to the outfits you get for completing 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 Tier 4 categories of career progress. 4 different Festive Lights bodysuit outfits were given to players many years ago. The Green Reindeer Light bodysuit was for logging in on December 24th, Traditional Festive for signing in on the 25th, Yellow Reindeer on the 31st, and Neon Festive on the 1st of January during the 2019 and 2020 Festive Surprise. The last rare outfit I'm going to mention is another grind-heavy reward. The Toon Speed Racing Suit requires you to reach Los Santos Carmi Rep level 1000, which will take an extremely long time, making it one of the grind-heaviest things in the game. Moving to masks, we have the rarest mask, which is the Stocking Mask, which was only given out on Christmas Day in 2014. This mask has never returned and is one of the oldest clothing items in the game that can't be obtained today. Now, I was going to mention the Please Stop Me Hockey Mask, which used to be rare, but has since returned once last year, making it extremely common in comparison. The Abominable Snowman Mask was a Christmas gift in 2015, with the Unicorn Mask being available on Christmas Day in 2016. The difference is that the Unicorn Mask can be won in the Lucky Wheel in the casino under the Mystery section. And finally, in the 2017-2018 Christmas season, 4 Krampus masks were given out for logging in on the 24th, 25th, 31st, and January 1st, and these have also not returned. And now we move into some more unique rare items, starting with the achievements and awards that have been removed from the game. The Salvaged Award required you to collect a single special crate, which was followed up by the Crate Chaser Award, which required you to claim multiple of them. Now, with the Salvaged Award, you were also given the Los Santos Bell t-shirt, so despite the award being removed, you can still tell if you unlocked it or is available if you have this t-shirt. The Full Metal Jacket achievement required you to rob the original armored trucks a set number of times, and you must have retrieved the drop money. This would have unlocked the Blackjack tattoo, so again, you'll be able to tell if you completed this when it was available. The Over Here achievement required you to distract the police for Lester for a full 5 minutes. Auto Go required you to destroy Gerald's target vehicles. Joyrider required you to ride in Gerald's target vehicle for 5 minutes before it was destroyed. The achievement Fly By required you to shoot down smugglers' helicopters and planes. And the big one, the Asshole achievement, was rewarded for taking 100% of the cash in a heist finale. However, shortly after the heists were released, Rockstar made it impossible to take 100% of the heist payout by adding a minimum 5% payout to each player. So this became impossible to achieve, and they removed it from the game. But with this, you would have received an Asshole t-shirt. So if you have this t-shirt, I guess you're an asshole. There are a few more rare tattoos, including the Lucky Sevens tattoo, which was given to players for completing specific requirements during the Diamond program when the casino first opened. The Royals tattoo is also available for doing the same thing, so you should just have both of them if you have one of them. And the Badonkadonk tattoo was given to players who sold drugs to street dealers on 3 separate days between February 16th and March 1st, 2023, which was more recent, but still required multiple days of logging in and doing something to unlock it. The last tattoo I want to mention comes with a rare mission, so let's talk about the mission first. There's one rare bunker resupply mission where you can actually steal an alien egg from a crashed UFO. In order to unlock this resupply mission, you need to have already completed 600 manual resupply missions within the bunker, and then source more supplies during a thunderstorm between the hours of like 1 and 4 in the morning, and even then, there's just a small chance that this will even spawn. This makes it one of the rarest missions in the entire game. But on top of that, once you've completed that mission, you go back to the nightclub and drink Macbeth whiskey during stormy or rainy or snowy weather between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. There's another small chance that you'll spawn on top of Mount Chiliad and see a flying UFO there, and you'll have a tattoo applied to your back that's called question mark, question mark, question. Given all of these prerequisites, this tattoo is likely the rarest thing in the entire game. But there's one more line-based thing I want to finish off with, and that's the text from Brucey. If you deliver 1,000 exotic export vehicles, you'll receive a rare text from Brucey, and once you switch sessions, this text message will be gone forever. Shout out to the Welsh Turkey for this screenshot for when he completed a whole bunch of these things, including the text message. I can't believe how long that probably took. So, which of the rarest items do you have in your inventory? And if you want to see
The gun, the hatchet.
the degrees, and all the rarest clothing items that I didn't cover in this video, I've already made specific videos of each of those categories.
Okay. I want to make some money.
Your job depends on reliable tools.
So we're just gonna do a long live stream in this. Do it for fun.
At a fraction of the price. Stop by today and put us to the test. Only at Harbor Freight. Pro Tools destination. Come into.
I've just found a brand new GTA 5 Easter egg in 2025, and the Easter egg is this old abandoned house. Now I know what you're thinking, this house has been in the game since 2013. Yes, it has, but nobody has ever figured out why this house is in the game or why this house is abandoned. Most people assumed that it wasn't anything special, it was just a random abandoned house put in by Rockstar. But it's actually so much more than that. This house is an Easter egg. It's a direct reference to the real-life abandoned ghost town called Ludlow. And by direct reference, I mean this exact house literally exists in real life in that ghost town, and it looks exactly the same. But before I show you this entire new Easter egg and all of my findings, we need to go over some misinformation about this house. Because this abandoned house has been a gold mine for all of those fake clickbait GTA YouTubers ever since 2013. These YouTubers would make videos about this house claiming that they saw a ghost, that they heard weird sounds, or that they saw faces in the walls. Now, obviously, none of these videos are true. This house is not haunted, but there is something to note down. In the 2023 Halloween event, Rockstar did actually put 2 ghosts around this house. Now, these ghosts could either spawn on the front balcony or in the back room. But that's all this was, a Halloween event. There are no actual ghosts tied to this house. And all of these YouTubers in 2013 were missing the bigger picture. They created a fake Easter egg out of an actual Easter egg. So now you know all the misinformation that was spread about this house. Now let's get into what this house actually is. Now I told you earlier that this abandoned house exists in real life, and it does. It's sitting in the Californian ghost town known as Ludlow. Now as you can see by the footage in the background, the house looks damn near identical. But why is this one abandoned house sitting in GTA 5? And why is the house abandoned to start with? To know the answers to these questions, we need to know the story of Ludlow, which is also the exact same backstory to Route 66.
Oh.
Yes, I said Route 66. Don't hold that against me in the comments. Now, Ludlow today is known as a ghost town, but it was once a lot more than that. It was originally an old railroad town in 1882. Now, once the steam locomotive disappeared, there was no need for old railroad towns, so Ludlow didn't have a purpose. But once Route 66 was built straight through it, they decided to reinvent themselves as a traveler's rest stop. So people traveling on Route 66 would stop there, get gas, get food, and stay at the hotel if that rest stop has one. But that was the exact role of this building in Ludlow. This was a hotel. Now, this hotel had many names. They reinvented themselves often, but I think the most popular name was the Pendergast Hotel. Now, it's very hard to find a photo of this hotel in good condition on the internet, but I managed to find a few. I think these photos are from the 1940s. So it's a very old building, and that's why it's famous now, because it's one of the few buildings in the ghost town of Ludlow that still stands. Obviously now it's in pretty bad condition in 2025, but back when they sent out scouts for GTA 5 in 2010, the building would have looked almost identical to how it does in GTA 5 today. Now, like I said earlier, the town of Ludlow reinvented themselves for Route 66, and they were doing great as a rest stop until Interstate 40 came along. Now, Route 66 went from Chicago to California, went straight across the states. But you see, Route 66 wasn't a straight highway. It was a bunch of zigzags that passed through all of these little towns, like Ludlow. So it wasn't a direct route. If you actually wanted to get somewhere, it would take you ages. And that's why Interstate 40 was created. It was a better, faster route, eliminating all of these small towns. And it completely took over from Route 66, causing Route 66 to finally be decommissioned in 1984. This killed most of the businesses in the little towns along Route 66, including Ludlow and the Pendergast Hotel, resulting in people abandoning the town, which is why Ludlow is now called a ghost town. They did move some of the buildings, and I believe there is a new gas station in Ludlow now, but a few of the buildings, including the building from GTA 5, was left behind and abandoned. All of this because of Interstate 40. Now, if you've ever seen the movie Cars, then you already know about Interstate 40. That's the whole reason that Radiator Springs is so abandoned and dead. That's just a good example I thought I'd throw in there for all of the non-Americans watching this video. So now you know what happened to Ludlow and why it's called a ghost town, and what this building in GTA 5 was in real life. It was a hotel. But why is this one singular building sitting in GTA 5? Well, if you didn't know already, Route 66 is also in GTA 5, but it's called Route 68. Now, a lot of these buildings on Route 68 actually exist in real life. Like a few of these motels are actual motels taken from Route 66. And of course, Route 68 in GTA 5 goes straight across the GTA 5 map, just like Route 66 goes straight across America. And this old abandoned house can be found fairly close to this road, and even closer to the railway line. And that's because in real life, most of the ghost town Ludlow is in between Route 66 and the railway line. As a matter of fact, there's actually footage on YouTube showing how close this abandoned house really is to the railway. You can often see trains go by right behind this house, and that's why this house is positioned perfectly in GTA 5. One singular abandoned building in GTA 5 representing the entire ghost town of Ludlow. It's a beautiful Easter egg and very similar to the North Shore Motel. So there you go, that's the brand new GTA 5 Easter egg I found in 2025, and I'm actually very glad that I found that. That old abandoned house always bothered me because I knew there had to be something more to it, and this is it. No ghosts, no clickbait, just a piece of Californian history. Now, if you enjoyed this or learned something new, drop a like because that helps me an incredible.
At Open Farm, we ensure zero room for doubt traceability of every single ingredient.
So, embarrassing story, guys. I got hit with a
I don't care about your life.
I did not have enough money to pay.
Shut up about your life, because no one cares.
I post videos on GTA 5 mysteries. But sometimes when I feel like doing a lot of research, I do GTA location lore videos. And in the past, they've worked out pretty well. The first one I ever did was on Sandy Shores. In that video, I also covered the abandoned motel. Some people liked this video so much that they decided to rip it off. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody specifically, but you suck. Regardless, Rockstar picked their locations very well for their games. Sandy Shores and the Alamo Sea had some incredible history. But there is one location that stands out above all the others regarding real-life lore: Cayo Perico. The island added to GTA Online in late 2020. The island that also has quite a few problems with it if you've seen my recent video. But this video is about the real-life lore of Cayo Perico. Firstly, Rockstar picked two islands from real life and combined them to create Cayo Perico. One island for the shape and the appearance, and the second island for the story. Now, the story is the most interesting part, but we do have to cover the appearance first. The shape of Cayo is based on the Canoan Island. The Canoan Island is a small island located in the heart of the Grenadines. So in real life, it's surrounded by a whole group of other islands. Now, basically, what Rockstar did was copy the entire design of the island, flip it upside down, and then mirror it. There we go, that is Cayo Perico. It's genuinely almost identical. Now, one of the main giveaways of this being the island was the airport. As soon as the GTA community found that, it was game over. If you now go on Google Maps and look at the Canoan Island reviews, they are full of GTA-related reviews. Great security and beautiful island, I recommend approach by Kosatka. It's the shortest way to the compound through the drainage tunnel. The owner of the island is a very kind person. Every time I travel there, he gives me over $1 million US. I don't like the guards who are always sending you back to the party, but yes, it's a god spot where you can make millions. Imagine traveling here with your family, opening up the reviews, and reading nothing but the talk of guards, submarines, money, and drugs. Now, all of that is interesting, but that's where the relation of the Canoan Island and Cayo Perico ends. Because the Canoan Island doesn't have a huge history of a cartel boss living there and trafficking high amounts of cocaine. This island specifically is and has always been highly focused on tourism. So, where did Rockstar get the entire idea of El Rubio and Cayo Perico being related to drugs? Did they just pull it out of a hat, or is it like many other things in GTA 5 based on something that happened in real life? Well, the first indicator is the name. Cayo is a Spanish word meaning a small island, and Perico is a slang word in Mexico and Colombia for cocaine. So essentially, Cocaine Island. And there is only one island in real life that gained the reputation of Cocaine Island. This island is called Norman's Cay and it's situated in the Bahamas. In the 1980s, 80% of all cocaine that entered the US during a 2-year period passed through this island. For those of you who don't know already, the early 1980s was the peak of the cocaine boom in America.
Story tonight, cocaine has become the number one illicit drug in the United States.
Cocaine is now becoming the in drug from the Bowery to Beverly Hills.
Cocaine, it's big business and it's big crime.
This period of time resulted in a certain man gaining the name of the King of Cocaine. The world otherwise knows him as Pablo Escobar. But there was another man besides Pablo Escobar who's not as well known. His drug trafficking partner Carlos Leyder, the man who El Rubio himself is based on. Now, Carlos Leyder is the reason why Pablo Escobar is as famous as he is today. You see, in the 1970s, Pablo Escobar was having a lot of trouble smuggling his drugs. He would traffic his drugs on a very small scale with a very high risk. Unfortunately for Escobar, the US happens to be just far enough for his small private jets to be unable to make the journey without needing to refuel on the way. That puts him at very high risk as there are only certain locations where you can refuel on the way and the government will be waiting for you. So Escobar partnered up with a man who figured out a way around this. Carlos Leyder came up with the idea of finding an island in the Bahamas that could be used to land the plane on and refuel. Somewhere where they control, where the government wouldn't be waiting. Leyder found the perfect island, Norman's Cay. It was perfect because it was in a very low-profile location and it already had a small runway on it. The runway being small already was also perfect as they only wanted small planes to be able to land on that island anyway. So Leyder found the perfect island. Now, in the late 1970s, he went to this island and took over it. He purchased his own estate on it, like the one that we can see on Cayo Perico, owned by El Rubio, and then he would attempt to buy up the property of all of his neighbors to slowly push them all off the island. Because, of course, this island was already inhabited. The people who refused to sell off their land to him later would either scare or kill. There is actually one recorded piece of evidence of this, where a resident was found dead on his yacht drifting off the coast of the island. He managed to get everybody off the island apart from one man. This man was named Richard Roebuck. You may have read a book that was written about him titled Turning the Tide. This man refused to leave the island no matter what, and then came back in the future. By the way, by this point, Leyder had taken over the island.
Yep, finally counted. Yeah.
Spark something beautiful.
Hey Alexa, turn on the Zero Misty fan.
Feel the magic of summer and celebrate with Dreo. In the beginning, we had to make a choice. But what we didn't realize is how far we were willing to go.
Fully. He had also formed his own paramilitary private army on the island. So he had his own estate on the island, he had his own runway, and now it's riddled with guards. He would then start bringing large amounts of cocaine to the island and packaging it into smaller aircrafts. Smaller aircrafts which would then consistently distribute cocaine across multiple states of America, hence the name Cocaine Island. But Lader wasn't just known for using this island to smuggle cocaine. He was also known for the massive parties he would throw on this island. And I mean massive guarded parties for all of his associates, full of cocaine that would last days. Once again, does that remind you of anything in particular? It was estimated that this island would make Carlos up to 300 million every year, and he used this island for about 4 to 5 years. Now that is the exact story that Cayo Perico is based on. Rockstar remade something from history and put it into the game, as if it was still occurring. They even created El Rubio and purposely made him Colombian of German descent, exactly like Carlos Lader is. So every time we go to Cayo Perico, we're basically Robin Lader. But I think it's fair to say that El Rubio is a less intelligent version of Lader. Now, in case you're wondering what happened to Carlos Lader and his island, I'm going to tell you that too. Because unlike El Rubio, he's not still doing it today. In 1982, the final year of the island being in operation, the US government figured out the source of where all the cocaine was coming from. They formed a plan to capture Lader and they
Not yet.
completely raided his island.
Maybe later.
They destroyed his estates.
06 or 09 or 25.
Managed to get away. So he lost his island, but he was already pretty famous in Colombia anyway. Apart from being the co-founder of the Medellin cartel, a few years prior to him losing the island, he'd already created himself some political
Yep, it's good long for
power
fun.
in Colombia, forming a party with the goal of getting a Nazi-type government in control of Colombia. Eventually, Lader was captured in 1987 by the US in Colombia after he had a major falling out with the Medellin cartel. Apparently, he became a major liability to Pablo Escobar, and Lader believed that the people around him gave him up. Carlos Lader then became the first drug lord to be extradited from Colombia to the US. They used him as a direct example towards the cartel. He was then sentenced to life in prison plus 135 years. Though he did testify against other people who were extradited to the US and managed to get those years down to 55 years. He then left prison after only serving 33. This was in 2020, so he's been around for 6 years now.
It's raining still.
Apparently he is living in Germany, given his descent. He could even be in the comment section of this video right now. But there you have it. That is the dark history that created Cayo Perico. It wasn't just made up for a video game, it was taken from history. Events that actually happened. Norman's Cay remains there to this day and still has some remains of the drug smuggling planes sunken underwater. Now, if you
should constantly doing a vehicle stream. You may. I'm just doing what I feel like doing. I'm just random videos. I'm just doing what I feel like. I'm not doing no. I'm just doing what. This is just a stream for fun. Don't care how long I do it or how I do it. I'm just gonna do it for fun. So I'm just relaxing right now, doing what I feel like doing.
So, let's go.
Not watching that. Not watching that. I'm just having fun right now.
California built its reputation on aggressive emissions.
I'll watch this real quick. It's raining right now, so we're not mowing the lawn anytime soon.
I mean, he doesn't really call me back, and he seems distracted with his other cases, but he did give me 2019?
California built its reputation on aggressive emissions policy, but in doing so, it may have created
Nope.
a problem it can no longer ignore. Classic car owners who represent a tiny fraction of vehicles on the road have been caught in a regulatory system designed for modern technology, not decades-old machines. And now, a bipartisan effort backed by Jay Leno is forcing lawmakers to confront a simple question. Should rare, rarely driven electric cars be regulated the same way as a daily commuter?
No.
We already know the answer to that. It should be no. So Senate Bill 1392, better known as Leno's Law, suggests the answer may finally be no. Backed by legendary car enthusiast Jay Leno, SB 1392 aims to carve out a narrow, carefully structured exemption for California's biannual smog check requirements for qualified collector vehicles. The bill is authorized by Dave Cortese and co-authored by Shannon Grove, signaling a rare moment of cooperation in a deeply divided political environment.
I'd give him a piece of my mind. Driving an old gas guzzler American motor car at the state capitol in California and then shove it in their face.
Is not a blanket rollback of emission standards. Instead, it acknowledges a practical reality that regulators have struggled to address. Classic cars are fundamentally different than how they are built and how they are used. The bill applies strictly to collector vehicles, requires proof of collector car insurance and registration, and phases in eligibility gradually based on model year.
I don't got the CW channel.
Legislation is not a blanket rollback of emission standards. Instead, it acknowledges a
Ooh, Superbird.
that regulators have struggled to address. Classic cars are fundamentally different from modern daily drivers.
Ooh, Jag.
How they're built and how they are used. The bill applies strictly to collector vehicles, requires proof of collector car insurance and registration, and phases in eligibility
Trans Am.
gradually based on model year. This is not an open door. It's a controlled adjustment. The issue SB 1392 seeks to fix is both technical and logistical. Modern emissions testing relies heavily on OBD2 systems, which became standard in vehicles manufactured after 1996. Pre-OBD2 vehicles, which make up a bulk of classic cars, require specialized testing equipment that is becoming increasingly rare. As a result, owners often face higher costs and fewer options just to comply with regulations that were never designed with their vehicles in mind. Data from the Motor Equipment Manufacturers Association, known as MEMA, highlights just how small this segment really is.
I'm not watching it. I'm just going to relax, watch TV.
7% of smog inspections in California involve pre-OBD2 vehicles that's previous to 96. Even more telling, many STAR-certified testing stations handle fewer than one such vehicle per day. In other words, the regulatory burden is disproportionately high relevant to the actual environmental impact. So there's very little environmental impact. And that environmental impact is a key part of the debate. Critics of the exemption
We're going a little bit.
any relaxation of emission standards could set a dangerous precedent.
No one cares about emissions. I don't care about damn emissions. They should just not do them. What do I say? Let them do what they want to do. It's America. We can do whatever we want. Like me, I drive a car. I'll drive a gas guzzler. I'll drive a gas guzzler. Tell me you can't drive it. Tell them to go F themselves. But I don't have to worry about that because I don't have to worry about that.
Realistic space shuttles in countless space program.
I might play some games in a little bit. One day ago, 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, one hour ago.
What?
I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I might do something, might not do something. I just want to check a couple things out real quick here on YouTube. Then who knows what we'll do. Oh, crap. I just lost a subscriber. But I don't care. My paperwork says something else. I'm going to stick with it. My records say one thing. My board says something else. So I'm going to stick with what my board says. I'm not changing it. No, it's raining today. We're moving up. We're moving up. We're moving up. We're moving up. I'm not changing anything. We got 2,900, so we're not changing anything. We're moving up. We're moving up. We're moving up. Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I owned a TV station. But nope, I'm just doing a long stream for the hell of it. Hoop daisy, up daisy. Let's see what we got on the board real quick. We're moving up. Nope, I'm not going to town today. I'm not going into town today. I'm staying home today. You want to sure? Hot dogs or sausages for dinner tonight? We're moving up. We're moving up. We're moving up. RBS. We're moving up. Up, 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 up. Let's see what games you have in your. You see what games got on the gold flame. I don't know what I'm doing yet. I don't know nothing. I'm gonna check some stuff on the board real quick, maybe do some gaming. Game Pass. Let's see what games I got on the Game Pass real quick. You're not doing that game. That game sucks. I'm not sure. I actually don't even know what I'm doing for Easter this year. If I'm going to do anything for Easter this year. You know, I would do that right now, but I can't do that because I don't have the money. Bluey. Construction. How to be an idiot. $76, 4, 3. Babel. Farming Simulator. Forza. GoldenEye. Halo. Golfing with Friends. There we go. Ooh, that'd be a good thing for the channel, wouldn't it be? Oh, I don't know. I'll go late for the news. I didn't wake up until 9 this morning. I didn't wake up until 9, which is odd for me. I just wore out. And it's raining pretty good outside. We're moving. We're moving up. Flight Simulator. Ooh. Police Power Wash Simulator. Farming Fire. Conquer. Nope. Rider Simulator. Rush. Scream Lab. Snow Runners. Spray Paint. Patrick. Sick Tales. Sonic. Nothing I want to play. Train Sim Mode 5. No. Thomas the Tank Engine chuffing along. No. No. I get to feed the kitty cats. I'll be back in a second. No, you do that too. But I don't have that type of. I'll feed you guys. What? 1 o'clock. Yeah, you watch that movie. I'm gonna do this for a minute. Forza Horizon 5. NNOW. I wish the numbers would go up higher. We're at 29, so we're good. What's your I wish I could make my own money in cars. I wish I had a game. I don't know. Sorry, if you don't want to do something, you don't want. If you don't want to do something, you don't have to do something you don't want to do it. Right? Right. So I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna do what I feel like doing right now. Because I'm cutting the live stream off to play pinball because then it's a waste of my time cutting the stream off. Then reset the stream, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna leave the stream on. Here comes the postman. Mr. Postman. They already have something like that, and they already have something like that. It's called a. Yeah, I already have one. So what's your deal, Tyler? My deal is to actually get myself a DeLorean. That's what my deal is, to get myself a DeLorean. Go to some Mustang. Okay, let's see here. Let's pick a car and do some fun stuff. So what do I want to drive? My Buick, my Cater, my Corvette, my Chevy, my Viper, my Ferrari, my Darts. Okay, it's gloomy and stuff. I want something outrageous. So I'm thinking my Hennessy. Ooh, I wouldn't mind driving that sucker either. I'm going to drive my Holden Ute. Oh, I'm going to buy myself another Holden real quick. I'm going to buy myself another Holden so I can get myself another surprise. I'm going to buy myself a Holden. Buy myself another Holden so I can get myself a surprise. Holden, a division of General Motors. I think Holden still gets made. I'm not sure. Holden Ute. Hennessy Holden. Okay, last Holden I have to buy. A 73 HQ. And dark blue. Colors. And Holden blue. Okay, it's not a bad price for a Ute. I like to have a Ute in real life, but a GTS Holden Ute. Let's see what's under that big beautiful bonnet. Ooh, a 350. A 350 is under the bonnet. A 350 is under the bonnet of this beautiful beast. Not picking it up. Spam. Flat belts. I'm at home. Call again later. I don't have no friends in Georgia. Spammers from Georgia. I don't pick up that. I don't pick it up from Georgia. I'll drive my beautiful Ute. If I can. Yeah, I got myself a bonus. You have got yourself a new prize. You have got $500 in car credit. Congratulations. This isn't just so bad for being how old it is. It drives pretty good. This thing can do 115, no problem, okay? Wow, that's not bad. I need to get all this water before I kill the carb. Oh, that is so pretty. Let's see here. I need to find a road. I don't want to stay in a hotel. It costs $5,000. Pete.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Want a dog. This rain. What a dog. What? Jackson. What time is it? It's time to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Oh. Ugh, I hate this TV station. Mom? Love you. And that's about it. I'm just going to do this for a little bit of fun, and that's it. And then I'm going to do something else. Yep, try to get the game I want to play. If I get the game hooked up, then I'll play a game, and that'd be nice too. Yeah, but just having fun. I'm not watching Channel 3. It's CBS, a CBS affiliate.
400 yards.
Channel 3 is a CBS affiliate. So is 22.
Turn around.
I'm just killing time right now. 90 miles an hour. That's not bad. Come on, move, you beautiful hunk of Australian steel.
Yards. Turn sharp left. Recalculating route. In 400 yards. Turn sharp right.
I wish I had some more money in a house. I love being a lonely. I wish I was making money right now, but I make nothing. Okay, done playing that. Let's do something else. I don't know. Go back to YouTube. I think so. Let me make some money. I'm gonna turn you off. I don't know what to do. Burma. I'm gonna watch this. This is pretty good.
And at the top of the hill, we pulled over for a bit of a look.
I'm gonna watch this.
I always say that Italy is God's race. He's an entry. Germany is his workshop. That's his garden.
Burma is his garden.
Captain Traction would have enjoyed this view very much. However, bollocks.
I would be. Oh. Delete.
It's great, isn't it? This must be Buddhism in action. I might convert from whatever I already am.
Very, very far ahead, Hammond and I had finally found the road we should have been on in the first place.
Or TikTok, I get some funny comments from people saying things like, why does that TV have an oven door? Or, is that how you make TV dinners? Or, so what are we watching on the oven tonight? But I also get some good comments from people that are actually curious about what type of TV this is and why it has this glass door across the front. Many people even believe that it's a custom-built cabinet. And out of all the TVs I own, I would say this is the one I get asked about the most. But honestly, it's the one with the least amount of information available. So let's dive in and see what we can uncover about this mysterious console. And in the words of Robert Stack, perhaps you may be able to help solve a mystery. Hi, and welcome to the Vintage Video Basement. I'm Matt Parker. And one thing you may not know about me and the basement.
I'll be back in a bit, guys. I have to do something. I'm watching YouTube.
I'm
sure some Coke. I didn't bring a Coke.
Dressed for a place like this. Let me do it. Here is that. 3 rows, please. The next morning, after another dreadful night, we decided enough was enough and agreed we should modify our lorries to make them more suitable for our travels through Burma. So we found a workshop, hired some local help, toiled through the night, and the next morning, the job was done.
Every modification I've made is inspired by my desire not to run over any of the locals. So it has, for example, Buddha looking down, a lucky elephant, the lucky owl, which is very important. It has better mirrors, better lights, and it's wearing a high visibility jacket.
Yes, that's you. What is the boiler in the back?
Are you brewing beer? But no, sadly, it's the water tank with the brake cooling system.
What on racing lorries has?
Exactly like that. It sprays on a little switch in the cab, sprays water on drums, makes them more efficient downhill.
I didn't think of that.
What's the box? Air conditioning.
What's that got to do with safety?
Keeps me alert.
Does it?
Yes,
And keeps him alert as well.
because he'll want to break it.
Yes.
Jeremy then showed us his work.
Why would you not have a convertible lorry?
Raining.
Look at it!
It's quite good, actually.
That's very good. Shelby striping.
Yeah.
Sports badging on the side. Living accommodation on the back. This is fashion from Mad and Rhodium. Is it? Yes, for extra weight to improve my ride. Come back. Simple, crisp accommodation inside. Shelby bedding. And ebony wood floor. More weight.
Come on. It looks brilliant. As it must be said, the Hammonds.
Haven't you got white walls?
Oh, yeah. The ugly duckling has become a swan. Wow.
Yeah!
Check out the stacks.
Please don't tell me they're exhausts.
Yep.
What actually
Are you actually? Who cares?
Torn.
I am. Bigger than this. Better. But, come on, I want this. Honestly, you did a little skip.
You did a
Very
skip.
excited. I am very, very happy. What I have here, this is the bathroom area. It's got a shower.
Where's the water come from?
Yourself, there is at the top, there's one. That's so big. On my viewing gallery. Kids. It's a bucket. That is right now collecting beautiful, crisp, fresh,
Yeah,
This is the kitchen area with liner to reflect that.
What's that?
And there's a wardrobe. There is a hammock with mosquito net built in. Drinks globe on the right.
The Hammond wasn't finished.
You don't care?
Here.
I don't give a care. I'm technically still closed. So they're breaking my rules. I don't care.
I think he's going to have to because something's just occurred to me.
What's wrong, baby boy?
That's a very good point. Why have you forgotten with you? No, I haven't.
What do you have?
Are you sleeping in the cab? Let's see.
Oh my God, all is set off. I gave the chap
You thought it's a teddy bear?
No, that's for me.
Is it?
Yeah, that's my body ornament.
It's your what?
Body ornament for weight. It's the heaviest teddy bear in Burma. I've got Hammond, the bonnet ornament too.
Oh,
Wow,
that's beautiful.
I know you don't have a clock, so you'll have it on the bonnet, you'll be able to tell the time.
Oh, it really is.
It's a high quality gift.
Oh,
Hammer.
thank you. I've always wanted a Schwangling hammer.
It's from my own personal collection. Having christened my bear Rudyard and attached him to the sports lorry, we set off.
My baby boy. I got my babies with me right now. I'm just relaxing right now because there's nothing to do right now. Well, I've been on for an hour now. Wow. We've been on now for an hour, which is good.
Many miles to cover, but first we had to get through Napier Doors morning rush hour. This rush hour traffic's not as bad as I thought. The roads were completely empty and massive.
Dang.
Yep, 16 lanes now. Wait, it's got bigger. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 20! It's 20 lanes now.
Wow, 20 lanes.
They look stupid and pointless, but actually, it really isn't. The problem with most cities is that the growth comes and the city simply can't accommodate it. And in London, Rome, Paris, Bangkok, everywhere. That is not going to happen here.
I think this must be the first city built entirely in anticipation of the future.
But the future hasn't arrived yet.
Yep, they're in Burma.
Now the whole place is almost completely deserted. Even here in the shadow of the Parliament building, we were able to have a game of football. in the middle of the road. Officer,
They're playing.
it's bloody police versus Top Gear.
I can't.
Rush hour game over.
Look at it, traffic. Really, though, it was too wet for football. So much to Hammond's annoyance, we organised a city centre drag race.
Doesn't seem fair. I've got the same 6.4 litre IC2 Street 6 diesel as Jeremy's and probably James's. But the lumber bus is bigger. We're not going to cover ourselves in glory here, old girl.
Stop!
This is going to hurt the red too hard.
Sports truck is gaining.
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 No!
70 miles an hour.
Second place. But I have got a train.
Must break. Ooh, a football under the brake pedal. That's bad. Hammond, have you finished yet? After Hammond had lumbered across the line, we headed out of Naked Door. And soon we started to discover some flaws with our modifications.
Uh-oh.
No, I mean, there's no way.
Uh-oh.
I'm speaking to you now from underneath my businessman's umbrella. It's taken the water about 15 minutes to fathom it out, and it's in here now, and it's in great quantity. Sauce in the tray.
Hammond, you're doing the campsite of a job thing.
It's like I'm driving through the aftermath of a hurricane.
Let's see them intruding peacock.
Yeah, I wish.
Soon, though, James was punished for mocking. Captain Workmanship.
There's a radiator hose. It's not a bit off tough.
Oh, we have a tradition.
Oh no, how am I going to do it without them?
Leaving James to deliver an interesting lecture.
You're watching this from an engineering workshop or technical college. It's not the correct field of the job.
We continued on our way.
Thinking of the fumes are coming into the car from under my new stack. All right movements. Have turned out to be improvements.
The simple tradition of the British dustman. What I can tell you about the front of the lorry is bringing joy to the Taunton Barber. In the front yard. By mid-afternoon, we were all reunited, and James took advantage of my mobile maintenance service. This isn't perilous at all.
All about 3 or 4 inches. Too far.
Soon the road started to climb, and as night fell, I turned on the roof lights that I had fitted myself. Oh, yes. I'm driving a Pink Floyd gig right now.
I love it. The lorry's chaos phase. I think I might have just lost one of my. Yeah, fact is, I lost the stack. I'm gonna carry on. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't.
Meanwhile, in the darkness, James was coming over all boozed.
Hang on, I've got a personal dog escort here. It's your ass dog. Oh, goodness straight. I think that dog was inhabited by a benign spirit. Seriously, if that dog hadn't done that, I'd have gone onto the bridge and I'd have hit the bus.
Sadly, Buddy's dog wasn't around when 5 miles later I had another breakdown.
That's what came off. That's the old one, which tore itself to shreds, and in the process, pulled the wire out of the sender for the temperature gauge, so I don't have that anymore.
Ooh.
This lorry is crap.
Up ahead, Richard and I were looking forward to a night in our new on-board accommodation. But thanks to the British Empire, we didn't need it. After a night here, 4,000 feet up a mountain in a small village in the middle of Burma, at this strangely odd but comfortable Bournemouth hotel, we were feeling refreshed. And with hand bleeding, we were out of the village in a mere couple of hours.
Whoa! Go slowly.
Okay?
Oh, thank you. Keep going, hang on.
Are we going to spend the whole day tiptoeing at the telephone?
No, because you'll break down eventually.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, check out his helmet.
That's what a strong statement.
After a quick map check, I decided we should take a tempting-looking shortcut.
Right, follow me.
Which went well.
Oh dear God. Any other adventures lined up on your shortcut, Jeremy? Landslides or avalanche?
Just a tropical mountain shower. Gone in a jiffy. Maybe not. Well, this looks pretty terrible. Eventually, my scenic route brought us to a remote settlement that was very much off the grid.
The thing is, in this little town, there'd be no low wires.
Instead, there was something worse.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, this is bad. I'm stuck.
Hang on, I'll park up and come back on foot. Stand by.
Bored with Hannon's chimney-related problems, I went on an explore and found some locals playing something that was nearly football. It's a brilliant idea. They're using a monk as a referee. And he's smoking.
I wish I had sex right now. So that's stuff to do.
Back at the bridge, the villagers had broken out their toolbox. Really? If you're sure. Okay. Move the entire sign. I wouldn't be this helpful.
We know that.
Meanwhile, I stumbled on a scene from an Indiana Jones movie.
Wow.
There's thousands of them.
I was lived in Burma. I'm glad. I mean, I like to go to Burma for a holiday, but the president put.
Let's hurry up. It's heavy. All right, okay. How we go, James? I can't see. Yeah.
Kissy. Kissy, kissy, kissy.
When the town behind us progress was good. And then it wasn't.
My fuel gauge is just on the top of the red.
I don't have one.
What I do have is the same engine as you, but a much heavier truck, so I must have used more.
And out here on my shortcut, there were no filling stations at all.
The needle is now nearly all in the red.
Trying to use the tiniest throttle movements, just ticking along.
In the next village, James and I decided to pull over and dip our tanks.
I've got no fuel.
No, but it
There's a
doesn't.
smear on the end of the stick.
What do you need?
No, I mean, it's dry. I don't want to run out.
There's none in this. I don't think there's going to be a chance for anything on this end of the state.
That's something, it's hours. Well, look, why don't you just go and snout around the village and see if you can find some?
Why?
Because you're the youngest.
Well, it's your fault we're in this situation.
I know, but I'm not in the hole.
It's your shortcut. Seriously. So who's going to go? It's you, mate.
Right, I'll go fuel, diesel.
As much as you.
Yes, diesel. What is Burmese for diesel? Have you mind
Mine with
diesel?
lorry. Yeah.
And then that. Right, so I'm a butler with Parkinson's and I've got to go.
Jeremy headed off and was gone for quite some time.
Quite old, man.
Done the oil.
I partnered with Dumbman Plus Care to bring you their new line of mood boosting deodorants. What scent is your vibe?
Guys, we are still doing the giveaway on this 700 horsepower Cadillac Escalade V. And the thing is, the giveaway is ending very, very soon. So if you guys want to get entered to win this 700 horsepower Escalade, you need to go to westsideskates.com. Every dollar you spend equals an entry. And you can buy something awesome like a hat or a t-shirt or a sticker. And there's a whole bunch of new products on the website to check out. And you can come home with this plus $20,000 in cash. This thing has leather seats, massaging seats, 700 horsepower, your supercharged V8. When I say it's got every option, I mean every option. So go check it out, westsideskates.com. Get yourself some merchandise. Get entered to win before it's too late. Thank you guys for watching the channel. Thank you guys for supporting what we do. Let's get into today's video. Here's the thing. We had this goal that we wanted to build a common swap Rolls Royce. And guys, well, there ain't nothing to say besides for the fact that we did it. We have got a Rolls Royce Phantom. Dude, that's so fancy. Very exciting to show you about the giveaway.
Hello, boss. I shall call you Tesco. Ready, steady, go. I bought a stalled horse. Let's go backwards. I bought a reversing horse.
I think if we get rid of it, yours might follow more readily.
Go on then.
James, can you turn right and go there? Come on, turn around.
How do you make it turn around?
Start.
You guys are not smart.
Yes, very good.
The controls are reversed.
Off. Oh, yeah.
I like horses. They're not.
Yeah.
Horses are cute.
Soon James was getting a taste of what the ride was like in my sports lorry.
My nags are getting a pummel. Ow, 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 ow.
Look at this lactate going on here. That's because my horse is going up your one's bottom. Oh, Christ, we had an accident.
You go ahead.
Poor horses.
My nads are killing me.
Oh, stop now. Please don't fight. Walk on. I'll stop calling you Tesco if you promise not to fight. Go. What?
Ooh.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh,
Oh, God above.
not much further now, James.
Jesus. I mean, Buddha.
A few hundred yards further on, Richard Stallion decided to get amorous with James's mare.
Where's he gone? What happened?
get reared and mounted that, don't get kicked.
Things quickly went to pot.
This is the dock, sir, going to attend to Richard, but the van is stuck. I've just dismounted my reversing horse and actually genuinely hurt my testes. Oh, I can see why they should be gluing these things.
Richard was diagnosed with a suspected broken wrist and went on a 4-hour journey to the nearest hospital. So I walked my horse to the next village to get
Okay, I'm back, guys. I had to check something.
Scotland is to Britain, it's a part of it, and yet it's separate. We know there's been a civil war in there. We understand there's a ceasefire at the moment. Only a handful of Westerners have ever been there, and certainly no TV show has ever been allowed in. We are the first ever.
Yeah, I would love to do that right now, but that's not going to happen until next year.
Are coming together tonight to welcome us here to the show stage.
2005.
in second gear failed, and now the engine. Get arse.
Work on the bridge starts at 0500.
What?
Back in a second, I need to check something real quick. The post.
Three, two, one. Let's do this. Okay, we're up and away. Do not make a last.
Oh man, that was.
Our adventure began in the old Burmese capital, Rangoon, where, having bought 3 ancient lorries and a seat into Church Pew, we were told we had to build a bridge over the River Kwai that was strong enough to support them.
How big a bridge we're going to have to build?
How much does yours weigh?
About 1,000 tons.
Getting to the river in Thailand meant a 1,200-mile journey across Burma on roads that were dangerous, mountainous, and often not roads at all.
What's the wheel spec? Sliding backward.
Since the producers insisted we stay in Burmese truck stops,
Oh, it's not so bad.
we turned our lorries into houses.
Oh my goodness. That turned out to be a problem. Yeah.
Way out in the middle of nowhere, we ran out of fuel.
That'd be awesome to do.
Ow, 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 ow.
Hammond was thrown by a stallion and injured his arm.
If I actually
Still, James's snoring forced us to take drastic action.
Come on, son.
And everywhere we went, Hammond's vertical exhaust was causing chaos.
I lost my other stack. Well, as you know, we're not the US Marines, we need a man
what's up to this? I don't know, but I don't know I'm good at this. I'll make some money, don't you? I should have bought pop and tea.
Sorry. Okay. Nothing to say.
Yeah, I
Ahead of Hammond's disintegrating lorry, James and I were about to enter a secretive region of Burma known as the Shan State. A civil war has raged here for 60 years. No television crew has ever been allowed in. We would be the first.
There's a very good reason why it's so secretive in there. You see, the travel companies would have you believe that the Golden Triangle is, well, it's a tourist attraction to the point where Thailand, Burma allow all meat. But the Golden Triangle with the, how can I put this, the special agriculture, that is in the Shan. Apparently, some of the special agriculture is known as horse, and obviously growing horses somehow. I shall look for those fields of horses growing in them.
heroin.
Oh, there we go. Warm and cordial welcome. This is it. This is it. We're entering the Shan. We genuinely are representing the Western world. Not very tight.
Unfortunately, as the road started to climb, James and I rather forgot the significance of where we were.
No! Come on, Laurie!
Welcome then to the inaugural Shan State Laurie Hill Climb, a sport where a single box gear change can make all the difference.
It's speeding. Coming. No, no, no. No, trapped by the pickup.
Keep like that. Got the inside line. The best race in the world.
Oh, blocks in, the blocks in.
Shall we call a temporary truce while we go through the town, yeah?
When we get back, if we're interviewed by MI6 and they say, what was it like in the shower? We'll have to go, I don't know, we were racing lorries. I am embarrassed to be the first Westerner in here and I'm driving a sports lorry with a pink teddy bear on the front.
To make us look more dignified, I put Rudyard in the cab, and then we set off into the unknown.
Wow, it's already 2 o'clock. Wow. I said we've been on for only an hour and a half, and we're going to be on for a while longer. I might not be wearing pants, but still I'm dressed. Still, yeah.
There's just one road, built 150 years ago by the British. But there's no electricity, no mobile phone signal, no TV, no hotels, no hospitals.
No radio.
No skies, no planes.
That is Surrey County.
Bowled over by it all, James, all over. And after Hammond caught up,
Yes, the 1920s is arriving.
we tried to work out why us three had been the first ones allowed in here.
Think about it. If you were North Korea and you wanted to portray to your people how lumpen and useless the West was, you'd invite us three, wouldn't you? Because we'd wander about and the North Koreans would go, well, why do we want to be Western? Look at them, they're dreadful. I am. And so what I get them to essentially say is to these people, why would you want to live like they do in the West? Because look at them.
There's another thing that we are doing. This is just an incidental service. They haven't seen many Westerns. We are.
They're closed. They closed. They've been closed for over an hour.
That's just blatantly racist.
Nope, I don't work. I work 2 days a week. I work Wednesdays and I have a summer job too, but I have a summer job too. But give me a break, guys. Dad's is closed, and I don't work today. I work tomorrow. I work Wednesday and Fridays. Worked yesterday.
When you have everything you need to unlock your best.
Give me a break, guys. I'm doing all this stuff. I do random stuff for you guys for fun. Making money on YouTube is just extra icing on the cake. And we're getting closer to our goal of 5,000. We're at 2,900 right now.
Stronger with free fitness training at Planet Fitness. Join for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday.
I'm also going to have lunch at my grandparents' house over in Niles.
You ready?
That's about it.
Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
So I might be doing some stuff.
Thank you both for coming.
So give me a break, guys. I'm working my butt off. I make videos for fun. Might go down now, see my relatives. That's about it.
Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this. Oh, who's Junior? Well, at least he spelled insurance right? He did not.
Yeah, I was like Easter ham. I might go live, might not go live. They don't have a good.
Take it back with Rugiette ready.
I just had random stuff.
Times faster than pills. Personalized to you, delivered to your door. Get started today at Rugiette.com.
I'm not sure.
spring cleaning.
Whatever my mom decides to make for dinner tonight.
And FanDuel Casino has 5 Huff and Puff games that'll blow
Might do a special video tonight. Might do a video of me sleeping at night. Who knows?
thousands of stickers, bringing bigger, fatter jackpots, and flocks of buzzsaws sending bonus.
Right now, I'm just having some fun right now.
Your home for thrills is the home of Huff and Puff. New players get 1,500 bonus
What was it, one
to
thing?
play on any Huff and Puff game.
MST3K Season 11 and 12 are finally streaming free.
That's gnarly.
MST3K, The Return and the Gauntlet.
Oh, wow, that is old.
On the Mystery Science Theater 3000 channel.
Oh my god, that thing is ancient. That TV show's ancient. Very ancient. Right now, I'm just killing time right now, doing something different, just killing time. Might do some later on today, so who knows what else we'll do. But yeah, right now I'm killing time.
Check out the driver of this took. What's he done? I don't know what it was, but he's done a lot on it.
Oh, he's off his face.
Oh dear. Oh Lord, yes, do you mean? James, do you see any fields where they're growing horses?
No, I haven't seen a single horse plantation yet.
Horse.
What we did see, however, was evidence of what is officially the world's longest running civil war.
This is a big army presence here.
5 trucks, army truck. 5 army trucks.
James, however, seems to have less important things on his mind.
Time to try out my water brake cooling system. I'm ready. A little switch. I'll make you work.
The elation, however, was short-lived.
Tom, that steering is locked up.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, James. Is it blocking the army?
The problem was a big one. The front axle had broken.
There's only one thing I can think to play it a time like this.
Yeah.
Come on, yeah. Come on,
Yeah. It's a bad one, isn't it?
see ya. Yeah.
Ooh.
As Hammond and I travelled deeper into the sham, the road became worse. And the reason why soon became clear.
That was an actual lady there building the road. It's not a good policy because the road service is dreadful. Babies are no good at building roads, look.
Along with the Fisher-Price roads, there were steep hills, which were a problem for Hammond's heavy lumber bus.
Ooh.
When we get to the end, we have to build a bridge over the River Clyde.
Eventually, we had to rest our weary bones, so we pulled over in a remote settlement.
You know, in a village like this, it really is possible they don't know the West exists. They've never seen places like that. I'm amazed they're not more amazed.
I think it's a cultural thing. It's just, it would be rude to show it.
Yeah.
It's sort of, I mean,
Definitely the first white faces they've ever seen.
many miles further back, I had sorted my axle issue by using a ratchet strap to hold it in place. I hate my lorry! What I'm driving here is a massive dog's egg with a crane on the back. Oh, God, let this day end. As the afternoon sun grew low, I was reunited with my colleagues, and we decided to make camp in a small town. Look at that lot. Communal open-air natural bathing. Oh. Hello.
We're supposed to be frightened to death. It's not frightened, though, is it? It's lovely.
As we set up camp, the locals seemed to be busy as well. And Jeremy had found out why.
Alan, mate.
Yes? What?
It turns out we've been invited to a party. Where? Here in the town. You know there's been a civil war raging. All of the people who've been fighting are coming together tonight to welcome us here to the Shred State.
I'll be right back, guys. Got a chicken.
Agreement where they got Major Jerry Adams and Paisley all in one room. It was amazing. Well, apparently this is as amazing as that in Burnham. Well, look at them there. Probably Richard Dimbleby, James Naughty, and Jason Banks.
They're not familiar with Tom.
The only thing I'm speculating on is I don't think we should turn up looking like this.
Well, especially not you.
I have no formal way of it.
Naked would be better than that.
As Hammond wouldn't let us use his shower, James and I had to go native.
This is a brilliant system they got here. Women go there, and men go here.
As we finished our ablutions.
Zepbound? Watch this. When I'm not feeling stuck losing the pounds, only to gain them back again. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Watch this. People taking it lost up to 48 pounds. In a study, people using Zepbound lost an average of 50 pounds compared to an average of 33 pounds with the Wegovy injection. Watch this. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound.
At Dark Bank, we know a home is more than just a place to live. It's where life's biggest moments happen. Because your home reflects your hopes, aspirations, and lifestyle, we're committed to helping you find the home loan that fits your story. With thousands of five-star
I love this channel. I love it. My
reviews,
YouTube channel in the ground.
to support you on your path to homeownership. Contact us today to connect with a lender who will guide you every step of the way. Dark Bank, we'll take you home.
The future is ours.
You gotta fight every day.
The Walking Dead.
I'm not playing pinball right now.
The various factions
Yeah.
started to arrive. And Jeremy invited us over for pre-dinner cocktails.
Well, listen, help yourselves to a drink because is I thought it's possible MI6 or the DEA or some intelligence agency will want to talk to us when we get back about here. So manners, polite, British, representing the BBC, but pay attention.
Don't make it obvious that you find it exact as me.
With a final word of warning to Hammond,
don't get drunk.
I'll just have one. I'll just have one for some kind.
We headed off to the party.
Fuck you, today is the straight tonight. Yucky, yucky, yucky.
As caterpillars weren't to Hammond's taste, he went off to find something that was.
Hello? Oh, yeah. I can do that. Hello? Oh, yes. It's all right. I'm coming in. I like this.
As the food kept coming,
This is a cicada.
I was discovering that the region's special agriculture didn't seem to be that special.
So it's sunflower seeds, soya bean, nothing else.
Nothing.
Still, I was learning more than James. Or Hammond.
Hello, good morning.
Here's got your whiskey. Got scotch?
By midnight, I've been through every single crop in the area.
Sesame seeds,
Yeah.
maize,
So I took a leaf out of Hammond's book,
Cheers.
and along with May and half the film crew, joined the party.
Like I said, we're doing pinball right now, guys. We're just having some fun right now. Stupid. Honestly, having fun. So, like I said, guys, we're just gonna have some dinner in a little bit, so I'm gonna stay here and have fun. Pinball's not gonna be on for a while, guys. I'm doing a long live stream, so pinball won't be on yet. The car.
Everything I hate. What if Jack's
Internet moments that aged horribly. In 2018, this African man took the bus to work one morning and decided to post a photo online. He said he was proud because it was the first time he had ever seen a woman driving a public bus in his country. He took a picture from the bus and posted it with a caption saying how happy he was to finally see that change happening. The post started getting attention almost immediately, but what happened next was totally unbelievable, because about 15 minutes later, he posted this. Internet.
I've never taken a landscape photograph in my You've got to come here. You have got to come and see this.
Like I said, guys, we're just doing a long live stream for a while. I need to find some shorts.
But predictably, he'd have yet another breakdown.
BBC Radio 2.
Cock. The problem is,
Did you know there's an actual metal band where every member is Ned Flanders? They're called...
Because it sounded like the sort of generator that people put on in the night.
I guess a guy's gotta do something.
Not BBC Two word. Once I fixed the problem, which was wonky fuel injectors, I
What if she had friends, Tar?
Got this lorry is poor.
I got to do one more thing.
And it didn't take long to catch the other.
I gotta get some shit.
Road was steep, and Adam was in front.
I need to get something real quick here. Where did I put this? Oh, there they are. There we go. Okay, that's better. I'm dressed, getting ready for dinner. Like Jax?
I think if we all back up, he could come in here. I mean, we start with I mean, I didn't know that was an accident. Don't just drive off, Hammond. Hammond! Hammond! Come on, how do I...
Okay. We're having some fun, guys. I'm just relaxing here. I'm gonna have some lunch in a little bit, so I'm gonna have to eat it on camera.
I have been behind you. Unable to get. I have no way.
Almost 2 hours. I've been on now for almost 2 hours. Here.
Even though the incident had been technically my fault, I still followed the standard procedure.
An hour 52. That's not bad. We're gonna be on here for a longer time. We're gonna be on here for a lot longer time.
We held me up all day, then he reversed into me. So I think tonight Hammond's other wrist might break.
No.
However, when I reached the overnight halt, I came up with a more fiendish idea. An idea that involved the bucket Hammond had fitted to collect rainwater for his shower.
This does pay him back for holding us up all day long.
Yeah.
That was more.
Part two. I then began to work on my lorry's waterworks.
Massive nuts holding that radiator on. 22 millimeters.
Yeah.
Oh. It's warm. So warm. Fresh rain. I can taste the peace of the outdoors. And now you see talking. Oh.
When you have everything you need to unlock your best workout, like fitness training,
Like I said, guys, there might be a little.
you can give everything.
Like I said, guys, we're just having some fun right now. It's killing some time right now. Later on today, we might be doing some typing, or tomorrow.
Join for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
You ready?
Planet Fitness. We're all strong in this.
I need to start working on that book some more.
When Verizon gives you a free phone,
Gemini, show me the concealer. You need to say
Gemini, go F myself. Gemini, can you help me figure out what I'm stupid for?
boyfriend of the year.
did we say a lot? We meant a lot.
Gemini, is my house phone leaning away because it hates me?
Nothing personal. It's leaning away for more sunlight.
Come here, girl. Gemini,
Yeah.
any pointers on my downward dog?
Now at Verizon, get Google Pixel 10 Pro with Gemini for $0.
Ah, appreciate you.
Get payroll that works.
How long do I need? How long can my cactus live for? My question.
Guaranteed with tax penalty protection up to $25,000. Efficient payroll accurately handles all
Because I just like doing what I'm doing right now.
with 24/7 live support.
I was gonna go to actually, but yeah, I can't. Oh well, go get some more time.
The 3-in-1 ED med that's up to 3 times
faster than pills. Personalized to you, delivered to your door. Get started today
Sounds
at
fun.
Rougiette.com. You had it, then ED took it. Take it back with Rougiette Ready, the 3-in-1 ED med that works in the brain.
Yeah, I
and
can't believe how
body.
the day's going so far.
Personalized to you, delivered to your door.
Well,
Get started today at Rougiette.com.
On the highway to hell, the last line of defense is a heavy rescue team ready to tackle any
No.
disaster. Because closure is not an option.
he's running a good YouTube channel today.
After dining on roast grasshopper, we
Rare
saw
photos you need to see at least once in your life.
lanterns.
A wildlife photographer.
Are you going to set them off here? Why not? I should say in a country where a lot of people live in houses made of, what is it? Dried grass.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's not going to be a problem.
The chances of you getting one of those things to work.
That's all. That's a good show. That's not taxi. Batman. Never seen Green Hornet.
Some car features.
Oh.
Next morning, as far as we can put it in our brain, there is it alone. The end of this hard-going attack had catastrophic effect on my brakes.
I think they're only working now on the left-hand side. Nothing, everything. You move your foot that much. That's the difference.
Fortunately, we were now only 80 miles from the border with Thailand. But unfortunately, none of those miles would be gentle.
Yeah, we're just gonna have dinner in a little bit. I'm just gonna here. This is a long video. We've been on for almost 2 hours.
And hot, and ahead of us lay the biggest mountain range yet.
Pretty. That'd be pretty cool to see happen, but that's never gonna happen.
This climb is exactly what you need in a lorry with a leaky radiator.
Yeah, I wish I did that, but oh well. You always get your wishes. Yeah, we could get my wish. I'd be doing it with someone. I would do it with someone.
There's also that this lorry has its front axle held off with the street.
How's your vertigo, mate?
Thanks for reminding me.
Progress was extremely slow, as I had to keep stopping to refill my radiator.
Going out to exactly where the Appledite was.
Fairly convinced this is an old boys' tale, but we shall see. Meanwhile, James was having his first breakdown of the day.
Uh-oh. Your Rex is gone.
This time,
It was the transfer box, which had burst free from its mountings.
Uh oh.
That's the transfer box. That's the bracket where it's bolted on. Those two bolts have been shaken out. Oh, God.
Still going on. It's still more mountains. When will this end?
It's pretty.
Oh my God, look at Steve. Monkey been moving on my stop. Pulling away will kill the clutch, I'm sure of that.
Okay, my temperature gauge is now really very high. I'm looking for a little stream.
Still, at least the moon was more cheerful than it was at the back of the convoy.
Wait, she has jury duty again?
In second gear, Phil. You know the engine. Good ass. You piece of...
With some careful nursing, Jeremy and I eventually reached the summit, where there was one hell of a room.
Not substantial.
We're not all at the same time.
What have we got here? This.
Yeah,
That's true.
there's got one going on.
Those homes go. And the sky.
Enormous.
Yeah, like the sky in Texas.
I like Texas sky,
But bigger.
much bigger.
Absolutely. Sadly, though, the peace of the moment was then shattered. The A Nava has arrived. Thanks, we've got the crane here.
Don't say anything. Ingalaba.
You know the old Buddhist expression, don't you? He who took some water to his lorry will suffer from the
This is Donna. Discovering that Unvinted, her closet can make her extra cash. All she has to do is sell what she no longer wears. She just snaps, lists, and sells her pre-loved pieces. And with zero selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it? Sell it. Download Vinted.
Lesson, sure.
When insurance tries to lowball you, don't swallow your pride inside. It takes 5 minutes to get top dog on your case. Oh no, not the dog. Fight to get you what you deserve. Your case is free unless we win. Now that's why you call it dog. Top dog only eats if you get paid. And you know top dog will fight to get you paid. Go to topdoglaw.com.
The best problems are the ones you never have to fix. Stay informed. Stay ahead with Health Metrics. Only on the new Whoop. What you do today could add more tomorrows. Live better to live longer. With HealthSpan. Only on the new Whoop.
Oh my gosh, totally unexpected, totally out of the blue. It's big. The heart is enlarged, it weighs 500 grams. This guy was a ticking time bomb.
Not gonna happen.
From here to the border with Thailand, it was downhill all the way, which for me at least was a bit alarming.
Oh, look at that road now. No brakes, no brakes.
If your brakes went entirely, would you stay with it and hope you can sort it out, or would you play it out?
You know, I'm actually sitting here planning that very thing.
I've planned my bailout already. I need to practice lunging to the door.
I've got an image of James punching his lorry all the way down the slopes as they fell.
Amazingly, we all made it to the bottom of the mountain in one piece. Nearly. And now we were only 40 miles from the Thai border.
Oh, this is it. We are about to leave Burma. I'm gonna miss it. Just so many amazing moments.
Soon we crossed the border into Thailand, and this meant we were now just 19 miles from our finishing line at the River Kwai. 19 miles of easy going on smooth roads.
Hammond, get tired. Fire is detonating, mate. It's hard to explain to you.
I'm not giving up. I'm not stopping. How many wheels do I need? Happily, the rest of my tyres stayed inflated, and as darkness fell, we finally reached our destination.
I believe we are at the River Kwai. The train is here, everybody. It's bolted onto its lorry, but never mind that.
Wait, but I don't want to sweat in here anymore. I don't want to listen to the lorry struggling and screaming straight climbing up the hill.
I am going to sleep for 1,000 years. That's my spine come out from the top of my head.
I can't see because my eyes have been shaking. I think my pelvis has moved around in my body as well.
I'm not surprised at your body.
It doesn't work.
Because your pedal's all different. You've got that as well. You've got that.
Releasing the clutch is that. It's like a sort of Masonic dance thing I have to do every time.
I've been on a, you know, there's power plates you go to that make you stupid.
There's also a psychological thing. Every time I hear a diesel engine start, I'm sort of nervous.
What? You and my life.
Gearbox is too far.
The prisoners of war walked to their bridge site. You have driven here, so shut up. Work on the bridge starts at 0500.
What?
0500. And you can't go home until all 3 lorries have driven over it. 0500.
What's the point? We're not actually still in the war. What's the point of 0500?
It can only be a little bit.
The next morning at precisely 0500 and 11, we discovered just how wrong we were.
It is much wider than I thought it was going to be.
I thought it was going to be one of those comedic little gullies.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's 100 times.
We were going to need a 60-metre bridge. So James went off to make plans, and Hammond and I decided to measure the depth of the water. Well, when I say Hammond and I,
I'm approaching Plumgate. Approach the plumber and sir! Is that what's called? Just, hey, what's it called?
I'm sorry, can we tell you to reply? Did Alex go, oh, it's Mr. Cohen.
Hey, get in reality. Oh, but you did in reality. Oh.
sadly at this point, my colleague was carried away by the current.
Swim, man! You're the weakest swimmer in the world!
And since he was providing no useful feedback, I went to check on James's plans.
This is what I was thinking. Bank goes down at each side, obviously. We build up the approach area with these baskets of stones. We make some vertical piles out of bamboo like this. These long ones, as I call them, they're just bamboo lashed together. These will go this way. 2 tracks to the wheels, that's all you need. The rest of it is the material. And then a little superstructure, something like this, all adding strength, you know, the sort of thing, so that it looks a bit like film. Basically, we need to start with rocks and some wire mesh to make boxes to put them in. But I can create.
Where are we going to get rocks from?
Well, that's your job because you have the tipper lorry. I set about making the wire mesh baskets, freed up the space in Jeremy's cargo bay.
Mate, you imbecile!
And when Hammond finally returned, I sent them both off to a nearby quarry to get the rocks.
You put them in the front of this one. Yeah, just stick them in the front. Let's have these ones here. Jeremy, are you going to do anything?
What can I do?
Put them in the trucks. You've got to direct them where
He's loading them.
With the trucks loaded, Jeremy finally got off his backside and immediately started to shout to me.
Hammond! You idiot!
What?
You put about 400 tons of rock and it is stuck.
I woke you to say, are you going to help with the loading? Your words were, there's nothing to do, there's a man doing it. That's exactly the kind of issue you should have been awake for. How do I know what your load is? I don't know.
The only solution was to tip some of the rocks out.
Oh, no! Oh my, that's a remarkable accident. Because look,
Oh, jeez, no!
your windscreen's actually come out.
This is a disaster now!
The breeze will be nice.
Predictably, when we got back, James was overflowing with sympathy.
Did you headbutt it?
But look,
Richard and James began to load their basket by hand.
Oh, that's a big rock.
But I'm allergic to manual labour, so I used horsepower instead. And then I went into town to buy supper.
You had it, then Edie took it. Take it back with Rougiette Ready. The 3-in-1 ED Med that's up to 3 times faster than pills. Personalized to you, delivered to your door. Get started today at Rougiette.com.
We have everything you need to unlock your best workout for 1 cent down. So you can get everything you've got. Get stronger with free fitness training at Planet Fitness. Join for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th.
Hey, have you heard about this prediction market, Kalshi?
Yeah, we'll let you trade on anything from sports to culture.
What about UFO sightings?
Yeah, that too. Why? Can't just leave him like that.
No.
There are a lot of things you can't reverse. Gray hair used to be one of them. Now there's Just for Men Gray Reverse. This is groundbreaking science, a daily serum from the experts in men's gray care that tells your hair to start making color again, from root to tip, as fast as your hair grows in. With best results
Easton's
in
favorites.
90 days, you back in control. Just for Men Gray Reverse. Get your color back.
$1 million!
These are big, pressing decisions. Heal or no.
TikTok Radio on Stingray Music is the perfect place to listen to the top TikTok songs living rent-free in your head, from your For You page to your TV screen. Enjoy all your favorites and more on TikTok Radio.
Oh,
Start
that's old.
streaming today.
This is lucky, isn't it? Right, well, I think it was narrow. There we are.
Really? Yeah. Have you been to any other races? Yeah, my first race experience was Talladega. Oh my God. Yeah, I went to Talladega and had my kids. My kids were young then. It was the first time I drank moonshine. But me and my guy Frank were talking on the way here. What an incredible experience it is for the fans when you come to a NASCAR event.
Yeah, I always
I'll watch
tell people
this.
when you come to a NASCAR event, you know, you watch it on TV and you don't get to hear it, see it, and smell it.
Yeah.
And when you're live at a NASCAR event, you'll feel it tonight. You've been to Talladega, but you've got some skin in the game tonight. We'll get to that in a second. But when those cars and trucks come rumbling down the front straightaway, the ground starts shaking before they get there. It's a unique experience for sure.
I agree. I like it.
Well, obviously you're here with your involvement with Ram. Big for our sport. The last time we've seen something this big was when Toyota came into the Truck Series back in 2005. And now we see Ram reintroduce themselves back into racing. How did you get involved in this to be at the racetrack? You co-produced the series that they had with their drivers and gave people a chance. How did you get involved in everything that's going on?
Yeah, so Ram CEO Tim flew out to Vegas when he came back to Ram and sat down with me and said, "Hey, I'm a big fan of everything you've done, and I would love to be in business with you. Ram's coming back to the NASCAR Truck Series. I'd love to launch a show, And I said, man, I got a lot of jobs right now. I'm busy, but I love the concept. I like him very much, and I like the product. So a couple weeks later, he calls me and says, hey, listen, if this is a hard no, I completely understand, but would you do the VO for our commercial that we're going to do? And I said, absolutely not. I'm not doing voiceovers. He said, will you at least read the script? I read the script and I said, I'll go voice this over right now. It was like the most American, commercial of all time. And I said, yes, I'll do this right now.
The thing that I'm most excited about Ram's debut is my good friend Tony Stewart being in a Ram truck. It's like he's never raced a car or a truck in his life. He's so nervous. I'm not used to seeing Tony Stewart nervous, but I can't wait to see how it works out for him.
That's awesome.
So you had the race for the seat is what the show was called. And I would assume that was it had a lot of the Ultimate Fighter in it.
Right.
Is that basically how you came up with this?
Well, that style of competition, I did it with the Ultimate Fighter. We did it with Jiu-Jitsu. We did it with Power Slap, and I did a surfing show. And the kid that won the surfing show actually won the World Cup of surfing that year. That style of competition, the best always rise to the top. It's a fascinating. It's very fascinating. So if this kid can even place in the top 5 today, it'd be incredible.
Well, Mini Tyrell, we own the series that he raced in, the Cars Tour. And the unique part about Mini is, and I have a little inside knowledge on this one, he had never left home. He'd never been away from his house for 2 weeks. So to live in that house with other people and have to do all the things that he did, you put them in a scenario where if they want to make a career out of this, this is probably their one opportunity. And we've seen it many times on the Ultimate Fighter and the shows that you've had. But it put these guys in a position that they had never been in before. And some of them fell on their face in certain scenarios, whether it was driving the car, filming the commercial, whatever that is. But to have Minnie come out on top and know his background, it doesn't surprise me from the competition side.
I'm gonna make some pizza. I made pizza.
And I think what it's designed, it's what it's designed to do. And I think my question is, when you have these guys that get out of their element, they shine, and they come into the they're seen already more times than they would have done by just showing up buying a ride. Is that what you've seen in the past with your shows as well?
100%. Yeah. What it does is for the people that get in and watch the series, again, they're rooting
Okay.
want to see if this guy can make it.
Watch something else. I don't know what sounds good to watch. So right now on YouTube, pass out. It's almost 3 o'clock. That's it. It's only 3.
Guys, weird.
Learn from history. Women don't want to see your fish.
Oh, God.
Try something more subtle.
Like a bit ching ching.
Guys, we're still doing the giveaway on this 700 horsepower.
You're coming swapping a Rolls Royce. You're crazy, Winston. You're coming swapping a Rolls.
The 700 horsepower Escalade. You need to go to westlandscape.com. Every dollar you spend equals an entry. And you can buy something awesome like a hat or a t-shirt or a sticker. And there's a whole bunch of new products on the website to check out.
I'll make some money.
This was $20,000.
I'm broke.
This thing has leather seats, mechanical seats, 700 horsepower, supercharged V8. When I say it's got every option, I mean every option. So go check it out, westlandscape.com. Get yourself some merchandise. Get into the win before it's too late. Thank you guys for watching the channel. Thank you guys for supporting what we do. Let's get into it. Here's the thing. We had this goal that we wanted to build a Cummins swap Rolls Royce. And guys, well, there ain't nothing to say besides the fact that we did it. We have got a Rolls Royce Phantom with a 5.9 liter Common Rail Cummins in it, and it runs. So guys, here's the thing, right? The Rolls Royce, we got the motor in it the last time you guys seen it, and I think we might have got it started and pulled out of the shop, but it's officially ready to drive except for a couple small things like this. Yeah, don't worry about that. But you want to know the coolest thing about it, right? There it goes. It's a little low on diesel. But guys, we've got a Cummins swap Rolls Royce. This thing's got a 5.9 liter Common Rail in it, and it runs and freaking drives. So, before we get too far, let me go ahead and show you around it because it's pretty freaking cool. So we got the motor in there. We got all the intercooler piping done. We've got an air to water intercooler right here on this side. So basically all the boost comes out of the turbo, goes into the air and water, and right across into the motor. And then we got to keep the beautiful Rolls Royce grill without chopping into it too much. And then we just did a condenser in the front there. So excited for this. We've got a set of headlights, don't worry. Set of headlights was $5,000 for this thing. And we got a new set for it. We're going to put it in a minute. But the thing is,
No Spirit XT?
change much on this thing. And the seats are still ripped, the headliner's still hanging. She needs some work on the interior side of stuff, but I'm pretty sure it runs a drive, which is the most important part. And, dude, I just forget how nice this thing is. Look at this. I'm just not sure if I want to drive it or if I want to have someone drive me. Oh, this is pretty nice. It's the most comfortable back seat I've ever sat in. Get over there and get in it. All right, if you can. Come on. Oh my God. Dude, it's comfy, ain't it? Onwards, James. Hit the one that says fuel on the switch panel, and then hit the start button. Give it some gas. That feels so freaking weird. It's a totally different feeling inside of a Rolls Royce. You know what's wild about it though, right? Put the windows up. Oh my God. It's so quiet in here. Wrap it up a little bit.
It sounds like there's a semi next to us, but you really couldn't feel it. I would road trip this thing across the country. Oh, dude, you want to know the coolest thing? Look at this. You pop open the door, you're like, yeah, how much did you sell today? Not enough. Dude, that's so crazy. We actually have never officially driven this thing. The furthest we've ever driven it is from that side of the shop to this side of the shop and then back to that side of the shop. But today, we're going to change that. Because the whole point of this thing, we want to build something that was nice, it was cool to drive, but also, it actually worked. So, I have a thought in mind. And my thought is this. If the Rolls Royce can make it to the Rolls house, you know what kind of house I'm talking about? Dude, think about it. It's the perfect way. Texas Roadhouse is about 45 minutes from here. If it makes it all the way to Texas Roadhouse and all the way back, it is a roadworthy rig.
Look at these.
This is the first official drive of the Rolls. Brakes work. Gas pedal works. Oh yeah, dude, we're doing good. We have a tag? No.
Oh shit.
Dude, I'm gonna drive this thing everywhere. I'm gonna drive this thing everywhere. Welcome aboard the Rolls Royce. Oh my god. Dude, I know. Hold on, second gear work. Oh, don't worry about that. Dude, it drives good. Stops good too. We need to fix this real quick before we have an issue. The OBD2 port was hanging up on us. So, guys, in case you're wondering, right, the actual systems of the Rolls Royce are in complete disarray because it thinks that it's either being stolen while also being driven around while it don't want to be driven around. It just got some issues with it, but the motor's running good. It's actually going smooth. It runs really good. All the windows have been broke on the Rolls Royce. So we got crack wrap over them so they don't continue to break. So we have to leave the windows down, but that's okay. I just got an alert on my Apple Watch. Oh, wild environment. Sound decibels hit 90 decibels. Oh, well, don't worry about that. How many turbos got this thing? Just one for right now. Just one.
I can't believe he's.
The motor's never been warmed up all the way to get all the stuff cooked off of it. You know, as far as the first test drive goes, it's not going too bad as of right now. That's not me. I don't know what that is. It rides very well. It drives nice. This might be my most favorite thing we've ever built. I'll be honest, I'm kind of worried. I feel like something could go wrong. Why would you say that? Well, I'm just thinking it.
But diesel, it'll be fine.
Oh, yeah. About as noisy. All right, I found some issues already. We've driven the Rolls Royce down the street and back. It still hasn't died, which is surprising. We're doing pretty good. It's not smoking. It doesn't look like it's on fire, but the overdrive and the lockup is not working on the transmission. I'm not sure if we wired it up correctly. So we need to pull it back in the shop. We need to fix that. We need to put the headlights in it real quick. And I think it's got a boost leak up there on the turbocharger. So we're going to do all that. And also, we got some upgrades to do the Escalade while the guys are working on this thing, too. Wait, you ready for the bump? Dude, what the? I didn't even feel that. Hold on. There's this big pothole right here. Ready? Ready for it? Dude. That's crazy. Chris lost the whole oil pan out of his focus on that pothole. I don't even think we noticed it was there. This is truly one of the coolest cars I think I've ever been around, let alone built. Guys, I've been seeing something a lot these days that's really been bothering me, and I want to address it. Everywhere I go, I see people running around with these boring, skinny wheels, and I won't stand for it anymore. We need awesome wheels. And that brings us to today's sponsor, Fitment Industries. Guys, Fitment Industries has a gallery of cars. That way you can look at what other
Almost
people
three,
have done.
two,
Kind of style you
only
want.
only 2.5 hours I've been on.
This thing, so I got a brand new set of 26s to go on that. Look at that! Look how that's a self-leveling center cap. That's great. And in case you guys are wondering how much these wheels were, it rhymes with flawed. Yeah, a lot. But if you have a 700 horsepower blacked out Escalade, you got to put the nicest wheels you can find on it. So let's pull this thing inside real quick and see how these things look.
I wish I had a car. I wish I had my own car.
Alright, let me see. God damn, son! Guys, I'm just gonna say it right now. I'm very, very jealous of whoever's gonna win this Escalade. Hold on, let me see how it looks lowered. I just hit the button, it should have lowered itself down. Oh, dude! Look at it tuck that tire! And then if you want to go off-road, and all you gotta do is hit a button inside, it will literally go down and up like 4 to 6 inches. So you can get this thing with a 6-inch lift kit with just a button. The thing is, Garrett's sitting outside, he's like, how's it look? I'm like, it looks okay. I didn't want to ruin the surprise of how good it actually is. You all pop open the door, we'll roll it out for him? That thing sounds good. Oh my freaking God, dude. The logo stays center too. Dude, look at that.
So is Rich.
How's it look outside? It looks freaking insane. You know, these are also 305s. These are wider than the tires that was on it too, which means this thing will grip even better. So guys, we've got the wheels on Escalade. The Escalade's looking good, but we still got to get the Rolls Royce rock and roll. So guys, we found worse problems with the Rolls Royce. We forgot that this part of the subframe got thin. And this control arm not only controls the bottom of the spindle, making sure it doesn't go in and out, but also it controls the bottom of the spring as well. So all the weight of the entire front of the car goes right here in the corner of this control arm. Since it wasn't the right geometry, you put it in a twist, and I think it bent it from the coming being so heavy. The main reason why we can't drive this thing is that this control arm goes much further and breaks this ball joint and breaks off here. That's what's holding up this entire front of the car. We could hit a bump with the car fall. I don't have a frame machine. I don't have a frame table. But what I do have is I do have a rollback tow truck. So I'm going to take this whole ear right here is all bent up. I'm going to put this thing on the tow truck, and I'm going to use the winch on the tow truck and see if I can pull that back out straight.
You have a tow truck?
I've never thought about this, but I thought that this is the first time a Rolls Royce has been treated like this. You got it over there? What it was? God damn, dude, it's hard being this good. We just hooked the control arm because we was going to straighten the bottom control arm, and I straightened it back out probably 60% of the way, and it bent like nothing. Like the winch didn't even notice. What's this frame repair? We know what we're doing. The car don't, but we do. You wonder how heavy this Rolls Royce is? Look at this. Family. All right, I've got it off there where it's not quite as bent, just as bad, but I don't know. I think what we're going to do now is go ahead and pull this back in the shop, and then we'll see if we can take and get the control arm bolted on there better, and then from there.
President Trump needs more allies in Washington. That's why he endorsed Mike Rogers for U.S. Senate.
You must vote for Mike Rogers.
Rogers has Trump's
Complete and total endorsement.
Mike Rogers will work tirelessly to
I don't care who becomes governor of Michigan. Fix my damn street.
Rogers' housing plan lowers interest rates, increases down payments, and brings down purchase prices.
You must vote for Mike Rogers.
Mike Rogers for U.S. Senate.
This tiny table to the test.
Who gives a care about Wayfair? Yeah.
Go drive it. So, guys, I think we got the Rolls Royce fixed good enough to drive. Now we're going to see, can we make it all the way to Wichita without this thing breaking down? Well, there's really only one way to find out. Let's hit the road, baby.
Someone stinks. Something or someone stinks. I stink. But you know what? I love my YouTube channel. I love running it.
Get this thing out on the road because I want to see what this thing's out on the highway. Like, it's just beautiful to drive. Is it terrible? We don't know. Level control system malfunction, transmission malfunction. Every single light on the dash is on. All right, let's see. Overdrive works. Try lock up. Oh, dude. It's cushy. I can't believe this thing drives like that. Like, guys, we made it like 10 minutes down the highway, and I just can't believe how well this thing drives. Because it just cruises so nice. We need to find a car wash around here. Before we get out, this is American tradition. You have to do it before you wash your car. it sounds so good. All right, let's roll the windows up so water don't get in here. James, go ahead and wash the car. Me and Alfred here are gonna go get some dinner.
You should have got the Spirit Ecstasy. At least you have a tag on it.
Tell me, how's the 1.4 out to the sun? I feel like I need to get out and admire it a little bit. Holy. Somehow, when we watched it, it got even more scratched. I'm not sure how that happened, but it's way more scratched. The thing is, this Rolls Royce is doing something to me. It's making me want more exotic cars because there are a part of them that are just really, really cool. Now, this one's perfect our style because it's cool, it's expensive, it's exotic, and then it's got our kind of power plant. All right, let's hit the road.
Hey, I got a place I need to go. Can you give me a ride?
It's $500 an hour.
All right. Well, I'm not going to pay you that, but I'm sorry to do that.
I don't like this because now I feel like I'm Garrett's chauffeur.
You are my chauffeur, sir. I think we should go by the car bash or go car shopping.
You want to drive our skinny Rolls Royce to go look at Porsche? Yeah.
Oh shit.
Alright, Garrett, I know you want a G-Wagon, but you never driven one. I'm going to get you to drive a G-Wagon. You boys got any G-Wagons around here? You mind if we drive one? See, that's service.
I'm not watching this anymore. That's stupid. I want a G-Wagon, but hey, Tyler, you can get a G-Wagon, can't you? Yeah, I can get a G-Wagon pretty easily.
Gangle's mask starts spinning, and Zubul turns straight. My limbs straighten up and off.
You ever?
Gangle's mask starts spinning, and Zubul turns straight. My limbs straighten up and off.
You ever had to make that choice?
Huh?
Sorry, I mean, of course not. You're Zubul. Hey, Zubul, do you want to hold on to this during today's scan? I don't really trust myself that much with it. Shit.
Here.
Thanks.
Hey, Peter! Did you see the fireworks all the way over there?
Weird. How about you, gang?
Hey, I wasn't done.
If you're gonna make shit up, at least be creative about it. I know what you're referencing.
Was that a reference to something? I worked in fast food.
You've done more than that. What about your art?
I was in community college for graphic design.
I was in college too for graphic design. I failed.
I didn't really pursue art much after that.
Hey, I'm always down to make art together if you want.
And it's out on that field, so let's go break some tailbones teeth. As usual.
Gangle, I think I found something you might like. I don't know if it'll work, but it looks about the same shape as yours.
Hmm.
The best part is it's plastic, so it won't break as easily. Try it on. How's it feel?
It feels normal. Like in a good way.
That's good, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Zubul. Zubul, don't brag about with assembly. I'm gonna go over here now.
Hey, what are you all the way out here for?
I messed everything up. The mask didn't work. And now I don't think anybody wants to talk to me anymore.
I still like talking to you. Look, the new mask was a bust. So what? I'm sure we'll find something that works eventually.
I don't deserve a friend like you.
Well, you've got one.
Now, come on over and hang out with the rest of us. Bring your art too. I always like seeing what you draw.
By law. By that.
Does the bicycle in GTA SA have gears, or can you skydive on it? Those and other questions are going to be answered in today's video. We start off with the mentioned fun fact, which in my opinion is that function blew my mind, to be fair. I discovered it some time ago while casually playing the Chiliad Challenge. Riding up Mount Chiliad on a mountain bike, I noticed that CJ has zero issue with riding up steep surfaces, even without me tapping the W key. I took a closer look, and it turns out that the mountain bike has a simplified gear system. Check this clip out. Notice how at some point CJ suddenly begins to pedal very fast. That results in him being able to ride up even very steep hills. So exactly as if he switched gears to a lower one, just like you would in real life. So sure, there's only 2 gears, but that's a crazy detail for an old-ass GTA. What makes this fun fact even better is that the function is only present in the mountain bike. The BMX or the regular bicycle lack it. A good comedy is the mission Custom Fast Track, or rather, what happens after failing it. See, the mission has a very interesting trait to it, and this time I don't mean the crane mechanic. See, if we fail the mission at the point where we're offloading the containers onto land by dropping the container from a too big height, something interesting happens. The developers wanted to make the failure seem more realistic. Instead of despawning Caesar, they decided to put him in his savannah and make him drive away from the spot. Seems like a cool treat, but it simultaneously creates potential for absurd images. See, it turns out that this mission doesn't force you to drive to the docks in Caesar's savannah at all. In fact, you can even destroy it and no consequences will follow. So essentially, whatever vehicle we drive to the docks, in that vehicle, Caesar will drive away after failing the quest. And that sometimes leads to intriguing images. Let's start with land vehicles. Of course, everyone who calls himself a GTA player has one thing on their mind now, the Rhino tank. And they won't be disappointed, as Caesar wheels the tank like a dream. And additionally, he performs some satanic drift while he's at it. Additionally, he has the ability to perform very sharp turns as if he were in a cart. It also turns out that Caesar apparently got very pissed at us failing the job. He drives like a complete psychopath, and each time he hits someone, he gets out of the tank, takes out a basey, and tries to beat up that someone. After which, he goes back to the tank, and the action goes on. He even forgot about his friendship with CJ, because if we'll be the ones he hits, he'll want to give us a beating as well. The only way to calm that lunatic down is to aim a gat at his head. Then I tried putting him in a boat and pushing him into the water. Yet again, I was not disappointed. Caesar went batso and began to smash his boat at a wall, doing some crazy acrobatics at that as if he were a highly rated stuntman. Boat flips in the air? Only Caesar can pull tricks like that. In turn, Caesar doesn't seem to know how to drive a vortex. At first, everything seems normal. Caesar accelerates forwards. Then he hits the wreck of the car we drop, after which he begins to reverse. He begins and never ends. Caesar will reverse infinitely. And in the end, it's worth mentioning that Caesar is a trained pilot. See, he proves that to us if we give him a Hydra. I mean, first we do actually have to set the thrusters to a diagonal position. Otherwise, he doesn't fly so well. Yet, with the diagonal position of the thrusters, Caesar will fly away in a very professional fashion. Once, he even showed off a little. Take a look at that. Let's go back to Mount Chiliad and a cool thing related to its challenge. See, the Chiliad challenge is a race from the top of a mountain all the way to its foot. The developers implemented something which I call the anti-detour system in the race. It means that if a player goes too far off the racetrack, the screen fades out and the game teleports them back to the last checkpoint that they've reached on the track. And it turns out that that mechanism can be utilized in a very interesting way. We've got another thing with mixing procedures. We had sliding,
We have the first-person camera and infinite animations. Now it's time for mixing parachuting with bike riding. First, we ride our bicycle off of a cliff while having a parachute in our inventory. Then, while falling, we have to get our bicycle literally frames before the screen fades out and then immediately open the parachute. In my case, the game waits around 4 seconds from the jump to the fade out. However, exact calculations may vary depending on the version, frame rate, or visual settings. It's best if everyone has a few tries first and counts how much time they have and only then attempts to perform the trick. In any case, if we pull this off, after we spawn back at the beginning of the track, CJ will have his parachute open despite still being on a bicycle. Additionally, the parachute will still react to the directional keys. However, the sole physics of parachuting doesn't work, so it doesn't break our fall. Although the physics is not fully inactive, but we'll get to that in a second. First, I want to tell you why I think this happens. See, the whole trick is that the game puts us on a bicycle while performing the function of opening the parachute. In normal free roam, something like that is absolutely unachievable. Because how are we supposed to get into a vehicle while opening a parachute? In this case, the script handles that. That's why it works. That's why the parachute script doesn't even consider that a player may be in a vehicle. I mean, it does forbid a player to open it if they're in a vehicle. But once a player begins opening it, the script ceases to check anything. That's why some things, like animations or visual controls of the parachute, still work, while other things, like physics or actual controls, get overridden by the bike riding function. However, the effect does have its unique properties. First of all, CJ will not fall off his bicycle in this state. We can bump into objects, land head down, whatever. CJ will still remain on the bicycle. Secondly, this trick allows us to one-shot pedestrians by riding them over without falling off the bike and without any slowdowns. So that allows for wreaking a little havoc on the streets.
Quadra kill.
We always see homeowners falling through their floors.
Certainly not.
So as the symptom goes, moisture, mildew, mold, and any of that stuff.
That's bad. Wood doesn't like water. Every house that is on a crawl space needs an
Understand what the problem was. I already checked everything before I went live. Nothing changed. We're good to go now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Monroe County as well as the far.
They're for us.
Great brand, great prices, up to 70% off. Nordstrom Rack got them. Plus, Nordy Club members get more. More perks, more value. Discounts just for you and 5% off with your Nordstrom credit card. Buy online, pick up in store the same day for free. Nordstrom Rack, in store, on our app, and online.
In addition to that, the police are not as dangerous, as the game gives us sort of a rest immunity. See, if we have a wanted star and a policeman bucks us off our bicycle, CJ will perform the animation of taking off the parachute, which prevents the arrest. So essentially, we've got a second chance in this aspect. And undoubtedly, the best effect is the leftover of the parachute physics. See, it seems as if certain properties do not get overridden by the bike riding model. While performing a wheelie on a regular bike, we need to constantly adjust it to keep the front wheel up. In turn, here, we can completely release the arrow key and our parachute generates sufficient air resistance to keep our wheelie intact. We can even do sharp turns, and often our wheelie survives. And at the end, it's also worth adding that after suffocating underwater, we can see that the game still reads CJ as if he were actually using the parachute. The popular glitch that CJ won't die even on 0 HP, while parachuting still applies here. Some time ago, I showed you various unobvious objects when you live with a forklift in GTA San Andreas. Today, I'd like to add to that list. I'm talking about those blue gas bottles we can find on the camping site next to the Flint intersection. Those bottles are a pretty cool thing because they explode on impact. So if we shoot at them or drive a car into them, they'll explode. They also explode on impact with pedestrians. Additionally, the traffic AI is completely unprepared for that. And that's where we come in. If we place this bottle on the street, the upcoming traffic will drive right into it, blowing their car up. So you might say that this sort of allows for planting landmines. And of course, it's not like that wasn't already possible. We've
we've got satchel charges after all, which give the same effect a lot more conveniently, especially that those gas bottles despawn after we drive them away from their spawn location, which highly limits their use. Yet the sole discovery that those bottles can be utilized this way was pretty satisfying to me. Similarly worked the explosive barrels from the mission deconstruction. There it's a bit better because those barrels never despawn, so we can move them around the entire map. The problem is that those are available only during this particular quest, which is another huge limitation. Another fun fact seems completely crazy at first, but its explanation is laughably simple. See, in this location in Flint County, we've got a certain building by the freeway. Nothing special about it at first glance. However, once we trigger windy weather like a thunderstorm, things start to get juicy. If one takes a close look, it turns out that the building actually sways in a very unnatural way. At first, it can scare you a bit. Is it ghosts or something? Has some demon possessed this place? A perfect opportunity for some paranormal investigations. But the answer is far simpler than that. If we examine the trees or bushes, we'll see that they're swaying in a very similar manner during wind. That's supposed to imitate the effect we see in real life. The wind is often so strong that it can make the trees sway. The developers wanted to mimic that in GTA SA. But of course, not every element of the game's world is delicate enough to be affected by the wind. In the case of buildings, it would look rather absurd. Sure, if we had a small wooden hut, a very strong wind could also cause this effect. And that raises the question, did the developers simply misclick or accidentally flag this building as vegetation and therefore it reacts to wind the same as trees? Or did the developers think that this building is a weak enough structure to be affected by the wind? On the other hand, the game has plenty of other far more delicate structure, even some small wooden sheds in the middle of the forest, in which case this wind effect is not to be observed. Everything points at a simple misclick, whose result seems pretty paranormal at first glance. Before we move on to the next fun fact, give me a sec. I gotta make me some tea. That's the good stuff. Where were we? Right, fun fact. So in GTA San Andreas, after the mission of Up and Away, a Leviathan begins to always spawn at CJ's airport in the desert. However, after getting a gold medal at all the flight school courses, the game initiates a hunter spawner right next to the Leviathan. The interesting bit is that those two vehicles will never spawn together. We either get a hunter or a Leviathan, never both at the same time. And it's not like they spawn in the same place and the game randomizes which one to spawn each time. Their spawn locations are a safe distance away from each other. Thus, this whole phenomenon seems to be a glitch. The plot twist is that if we drive up to the airport from the west, we'll always get a hunter. In turn, if we drive up from the east, guaranteed Leviathan. So, is that supposed to be an untold mechanic of the developers? No. I still think it's just a glitch. See, let's notice that the hunter spawns west of the Leviathan, and well, the Leviathan obviously east of the hunter. Now, let me also explain what something called a car generator is. It's a function in the game responsible for spawning certain vehicles in certain places. The best example, Sweet's car at Grove Street. Each time a player enters the neighborhood, the game is supposed to spawn CJ's brother's ride of a particular model, a particular color, and a particular license plate. The same function is used at the Verdant Meadows Airport to spawn the hunter and the Leviathan. Where I'm going with this is that the car generator function runs certain checks before spawning a vehicle. First of all, it checks if the player is close to the given location. The second check, the one that's crucial in this case, is if the area in which the vehicle is to spawn is clear. It checks if there's a pedestrian walking there, or if the player brought any objects there, or if there's a vehicle there already. You know, we don't want to see Sweet's car spawning on top of the one we parked there a minute ago. Of course, this check is a little exaggerated for safety, so it takes up much more space than the sole volume of the vehicle intended to be spawned, and that's where the key to the riddle lies. If we approach from the west, the game spawns, in order, a Hydra, a Rustler, a Stunt Plane, and a Hunter. But it doesn't spawn a Leviathan. Why? See, apparently, the Leviathans and Hunter's spawn locations are just a little too close to each other. Therefore, the game always spawns the vehicle whose generator function is triggered first. In turn, the one that comes second won't spawn the vehicle because the area won't be clear anymore because of the first one already being spawned. The same applies for the reverse situation. We drive up from the side closer to the Leviathan. The game spawns a Leviathan first, when a Hunter has not been spawned yet. And then seconds later, the game rejects the Hunter generator function because the already spawned Leviathan makes the game think that there's no room for a Hunter. The only flaw of this theory is that the stun plane is actually closer to the hunter than the Leviathan. So in theory, if to assume that theory is correct, driving up from the west should not allow for a hunter spawn either, because its generator function should be rejected by the already spawned stun plane. However, I think that the game doesn't include stun plane's wings for this check, so only the main corpus of the vehicle is detected. In that case, the stun plane is a bit further from the hunter than the Leviathan, so everything makes sense again. But I'm not fully certain about this, so if you have better ideas, then let me know about them in the comments. That's all for today. If you have something to add pertaining to any of the fun facts, or you have a suggestion for me to check something extra, write a comment and describe your thoughts. Meanwhile, take care and see you soon.
So, embarrassing story, guys. I got hit with a medical bill recently and I did not have enough money to pay for it. But a friend of mine mentioned that she got this $5,000 loan recently and it really helped her out. So I decided to try it. And I went to fastloanadvance.com, the site right here, and I picked the amount that I wanted. I chose the $5,000, and all I had to do was answer a few easy questions, you guys, and it literally took no time. And the money showed up in my account the next day. Oh, and if you're wondering, my credit score sucks. 520, but I still got approved. So there's no hidden fees, there's nothing crazy. It's just a super quick process. So if you're stuck with a medical bill or anything unexpected, definitely go ahead and tap below and check it out.
This week only at Papa John's. Buy any large pizza at regular menu price, get a large one topping free.
Today, we're going to continue the topic of changes made to missions in GTA San Andreas between the original version and the beta version. This time, however, we won't focus on the smaller changes. Instead, we'll take a closer look at 7 missions where entire concepts were scrapped. In short, missions where the changes were seriously major. And just like last time, I've prepared the visualization. So we'll be able to go through all of these things, not just in text form, but most importantly, visually. Let's get into it. First up, the mission, wrong side of the tracks. Before we go into the main cut section of the mission, it's definitely worth mentioning a few smaller cut parts. First off, there was a whole additional pretty intriguing dialogue with Big Smoke that was meant to play on the way to Unity Station. I'll leave the interpretation of that one up to you. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments.
You know the parable of the wise sheep cock?
Nah, I don't think I do.
Well, you should pay attention to what I'm going to say.
Okay.
The wise sheep does what he says and only eats the greenest grass, while the foolish sheep gets eaten alive by eagles.
What are you talking about?
I'm thinking of going into the ministry later in life. Just testing some shit out.
Whatever.
Then there was also extra dialogues planned for the start of the train chase, where if you were fat as CJ, the characters would start cussing each other out.
Then when building takes so much weight,
Don't know what's happening on the clouds, CJ.
they'll find you fix most of nothing.
Shit, I'm going big, fool. You, on the other hand, have a dietary problem.
Now we get to the actual chase part of the mission. It seems that at some point, an obstacle was supposed to appear on your path, and you would have to jump over it to continue. On top of that, your objective wasn't just to kill the Vagos. You also had to grab a package and some cash from them. Some lines of dialogue and instructions found in the GXT file even suggest that at least one of the Vagos was supposed to jump off the train and try to escape on foot, meaning the mission would probably continue something like this.
Damn, that's what we wanted.
Man, look at all that cash.
Shut up. Help yourself, CJ. Help yourself, baby.
And now, the most interesting part. Another suspicious conversation with Smoke, where CJ generally starts sounding very suspicious of his buddy, while Smoke, once again, plays dumb, trying to act like, come on, CJ, what are you talking about? Everything's fine.
Why Ten Penny want that pack?
Oh, Penny.
Don't bullshit me, Smoke.
Oh, man. There's something about you, man. Some kind of strange kind of art, man.
Smoke, when you gonna stop with this weird bullshit?
The truth is, Carl, we've been lost while you've been gone. But now we saved you.
What's in the package, Smoke?
The problem is, too many of the chosen ones get killed before they die.
If the afterlife
What's in the damn package, Smoke? No more bullshit. Oh no, I'm just trying to help you officers keep shit off the street. I don't trust. Sometimes trust is an optional.
All right, let's move on to the next mission, which is called Catalyst. The one where your goal is to steal a load from a train passing through Los Santos. First off, we were originally meant to use a truck for this mission, not Ryder's car like in the final version. That actually makes sense, considering we used vans in both the first and the last mission for Ryder as well. Interestingly enough, in the final version, the in-game text says, "Get in Ryder's truck, not car," which is a leftover from the original concept we're talking about now. This doesn't stand out too much, since Ryder's car does have a truck bed, and the term pickup truck, or even just truck, can apply to a car with a flatbed, especially in the United States. However, in other missions, the game clearly refers to Ryder's vehicle as a car, so there's no doubt that the word choice in the Catalyst mission is a leftover from the beta version. It's not surprising that they eventually changed it to Ryder's car, because the later part of the mission, where you're tossing crates, wouldn't have worked otherwise. After all, Ryder would have had to drive in reverse behind a speeding train just to catch the boxes CJ throws. That would have been not only super difficult to implement, but also probably looked ridiculous. Another cool little detail explains the presence of the random guy who just suddenly appears in Ryder's car in the second part of the mission. Originally, Ryder was supposed to recruit him before the crate tossing section began.
Hey, you down for Grove, homie? Hell, you my dog, man. Go check out the train, CJ.
Now, as for that crate tossing segment, we also got a stripped down version of what was originally planned. We know this because Ryder has lines where he yells at CJ, either for throwing too softly or too hard.
Watch what the fuck you doing. Careful, these damn guns. Hey, easy, CJ, easy.
And honestly, if you played the mission, you probably felt like that throw strength mechanic was way too simple to even need to exist. Like the whole strategy is just to hold the left mouse button for 1 second and hurl the box at Ryder as hard as possible, and he'll catch it no problem, as if it were a slowly floating feather. Turns out it was probably meant to be more nuanced. You'd have to find the right strength, not too hard, not too soft. And if you didn't, Ryder would complain about it.
Man, you talk like a girl. God, do you understand the concept I'm throwing at you? You as bad as talking as you is trying.
Lastly, it's also worth mentioning that the original mission only required you to throw 5 crates instead of 10. But that's actually a good change, since the crate throwing segment isn't particularly long. And if it had only required 5, it would have felt almost non-existent. Next up is another Ryder mission, this time robbing Uncle Sam, which was also significantly altered throughout the game's development. On top of that, one very interesting concept was completely scrapped. What was it? Well, a few unused dialogues leave no doubt that CJ and Ryder's original brilliant plan was to pretend to be couriers sent to pick up a shipment from the docks. It's unclear what exact weapons and the entire forklift section might have been skipped in that version of the mission. Anyway, that genius plan of pretending to be couriers was supposed to fail, and it would have looked something like this.
You here for the shipment? Yeah. Just back her up and I'll open the door. Hey, this shipment ain't going out till tomorrow. You're a phony. Sound the alarm!
Unfortunately, it's hard to say what exactly CJ and Ryder did once the soldiers realized something was off. But it's easy to assume about the mercs trying to stop them, which would then lead to the forklift segment. And even that part was originally supposed to be different. Initially, we weren't supposed to load the boxes directly into the van. Instead, our task was to place them on the ground next to the van, and then Ryder would load them inside himself. This also suggests that in that version of the mission, no enemies were attacking us, because Ryder had to be fully focused on loading the boxes. So this is roughly how we imagine it looked.
Drop them at the back of the van and I'll load them up. Just put it down here, CJ.
Moving on, even that final concept of the mission has been changed. For instance, there are these 3 dialogue lines.
Get a move on, CJ. Shit's getting hot. Get a move on. Giddy up, CJ.
These clearly suggest that there was originally a time limit in this mission. There's still a kind of timer now, but instead of being a countdown, it's Ryder's health bar as he defends himself from the soldiers. Speaking of Ryder's combat role, there are cut dialogues where Ryder calls for CJ's help while fighting off the military, which gives us a better idea of how that part was supposed to be your drafts.
CJ, help me, motherfucker. Give me a hand, CJ. I'm swamped.
As you can see, there were quite a few changes. One of the more technical ones even involved how the forklift worked. Originally, we were supposed to manually latch and unlatch the cargo, which we could deduce from some leftover help text in a GXT file. In the final game, that part happens automatically. And finally, there's the matter of how many crates we could let Ryder throw at the soldiers chasing us after we leave the base. That's the mechanic where you honk the horn and Ryder tosses a crate at the pursuing Patriots, and the crates explode. In the final game, you can only throw a maximum of 4, which is kind of a weird number, since it's 2/3 of the total loot. In the beta version, this was handled a bit better. You could only throw 3 crates at most, which, while still excessive, since it's half the loot, made a bit more sense overall. Now, we're heading straight to the town of Dillenmore, where in San Andreas, together with Catalina, we rob a gas station. In the final version, instead of stealing the cash register's contents, we steal a tanker trailer, which we then delivered to Mr. Whitaker's freight company, where he discreetly gives us a bit of cash for it under the table. Now, based on unused voice lines from Catalina, in which she tells CJ to follow her and gives him directions, it's very likely that the original plan involved stealing 2 tankers from the gas station. Catalina would drive one, and CJ would drive the other. Our task as CJ would be to follow Catalina, while she shouted instructions about where to go. This version arguably makes more sense, because in the final version, CJ randomly pulls the address of that guy Catalina mentioned out of nowhere, like some kind of magic. So originally, it would have gone something like this.
Follow me!
You'll never be rich and rude.
Shit way! Not far now! Pull up, pinagdibo o bakit?
Adventure skin into vanilla paradise. Almonds, tahini, and vanilla.
No matter what job you do, your workwear has to do it too. Get the most from your garments with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. We have the shirts, pants, and outerwear for almost any job imaginable, with a fit, fabric, and style designed to perform and impress. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week, all with no upfront investment, so your team is always ready to go. Learn about Apparel Plus from Cintas and get ready for the workday.
Oh, hello.
Disney Plus Hulu has the drama you want.
Help us on the way. Hang in there, we're coming to you.
Go in. Let's get this done. Let me help you. Please.
There are too many people counting on me there.
Clear. The city needs us at our best.
The fire chief doesn't know the extent of the damage. I will protect them.
The drama you want on Disney Plus Hulu.
Another interesting change can be found in Mr. Whitaker's final dialogue. In the released version, it sounds like this.
If you ever want to run some freight for me, just drop in. I've always got shit to move.
But in the beta, it sounded like this.
If you ever get hold of another rig, just drop it in. I'll always give a good price.
Right, so it looks like instead of, or in addition to, the delivery missions, Mr. Whitaker was supposed to be involved in a similar mechanic to the secure car side activity from GTA 3. You might remember in GTA 3, if you found a security car driving around the city and delivered it to a specific garage in the docks, you'd get some cash for it, up to 10 times total. Similarly, in San Andreas, if you found a tanker somewhere in the world, you'd be able to bring it to Whitaker's company and get some money for it. That was likely the idea. In fact, there's even a cut section from the mission Tanker Commander that supports this idea of the removed mechanic. In that mission, we steal a tanker for Torino. In the final game, we bring it to our garage in San Fierro. But based on cut dialogue, it seems that in the beta version, CJ and Caesar were supposed to sell it to Mr. Whitaker instead. Take a listen for yourself.
Where we gonna take this thing? There's a hauling firm over in Whetstone County. We can take it there and get some cash for it.
Another heist with Catalina and another round of changes. This time, we're talking about the mission Against All Odds, where we rob a betting shop. In the final game, this mission goes off without any major issues. However, in the beta, this mission was supposed to be a bit more complicated. So when arriving in Montgomery, it was supposed to turn out that the military was currently stationed in the town. It's unclear why. We only know that for some reason, the army had been called in to oversee the area. In any case, this became a pretty big obstacle for our two robbers. After all, robbing a shop right next to armed soldiers isn't exactly the smartest move. However, Catalina and CJ had a plan. Catalina was supposed to go talk to the soldiers and casually offered to polish their sabers, while CJ, using the distraction she created, was supposed to pull some kind of stunt nearby to draw the soldiers away from the location. Then, once the military had left, CJ would return to Catalina, and the mission would proceed as it does in the final version.
Just our fucking love the army scene found. I'm going to cut off their balls.
Look, keep it sweet, and I won't call it diversion.
Hello, I'm from out of town, and maybe you big boys will show me a good time.
Oh, the gangster guy. You know, handsome. You're dangerous.
Beating these head back up. People down with a hood need more meat. To impress me, Carl Johnson.
Come on, let's do the damn thing.
I think I like you.
Next up is a classic, but I still think it's worth mentioning and showing you. The mission, Photo Opportunity. In the final version, it plays out kind of weird. Caesar and CJ are snapping photos of those syndicate clowns and yelling to each other at full volume while standing like 10 meters away. And somehow, those goons don't notice a thing. That happens because the mission was originally supposed to be carried out from a helicopter. After getting a tip-off from Caesar, CJ was supposed to get a hold of a helicopter. The idea was that while Caesar was tailing those Ballas guys, they spotted him and completely wrecked his ride. So CJ had to find an alternative means of transport. CJ would most likely head over to the downtown helipad and pretend to be there for some helmet inspection for the police department.
A helmet inspection officer. Hey, you see that shit? Look over there. There.
After pulling off a brilliant distraction, he managed to steal the helicopter. Mid-flight, it was supposed to be revealed that a cop had been sitting in the back the whole time, pulled a gun on CJ, and ordered him to land. CJ would apparently manage to knock the guy out, though. Just a little side plot, but pretty wild.
I hope that's a gun at the back of my head and not something else.
Anyway, after beating up Caesar, the two would fly together toward the Ballas location and the spot where the meeting was going down.
There it is, Mom.
From that point, the mission would play out more like in the final version, taking pictures with the syndicate members. However, the meeting was originally much more elaborate than what we ended up with. You'd see more Ballas, more Cynthia Reefer gangsters, more Grove Street families, and even a syndicate courier arriving with drugs for Ryder.
Shit, what? Yeah, turn me, fool. You over with the balls across. What? Little bitch. Oh, man, it's true. Florida, full of fans. on, man. Oh, that's real big shit right there. What's the problem with this? Yeah, huh? How many of these clowns are there? Quite a mixed meeting down there. These guys look organized. They practice serious speech. Max, Uzi, rifle, people commit. There's the courier from the fresh loaded gate. Fire and Snoop Free. A case full of gate each? That must be the case. What's that? Is that it? What's that here? Well, Rick, about to look tonight. Make sure keep that security tight. This morning, the two thugs pushed the front up. This is serious organization. Oh yeah, you keep it real quiet. You'll be just a driver. I don't like the look of you though. I think he owes to him.
At some point, though, CJ and Caesar would be spotted and shot at, forcing them to quickly flee the scene, land the helicopter, and split up, just like in the final version.
That was some heavy shit. We better split up and get out of here. I'll meet you back at the garage, eh? Coolio, man. We got what we came for.
That's all for today. Thanks in advance for all your likes, subscriptions, and comments. For now, take care and see you next time.
Featuring Ally Campbell. Big Love Tour 2026, Saturday, 8th, 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino in Buffalo. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
GTA San Andreas, as you probably have heard around 10,000 times by now, is one big gold mine. And I don't only mean gameplay, but also, or even especially, what we can find in the files. See, the developers left us tons of unused files, amongst which there's a whole heap of true gems that include unused audio files containing character dialogue. Those lines often show how immersive that game was supposed to be, especially by 2004 standards. I wanted to give you a little teaser, but it'd be hard to do so without explaining from A to Z. So let's just get to it. Big Smoke. In the case of the mission Big Smoke, I assume that most of you have heard the popular theory saying that initially we were meant to manually drive with Smoke to the cemetery, rather than that section being replaced with just a short cutscene, as it is in the final game. And that whole theory is based on cut dialogue, which Smoke was supposed to conduct with CJ during that ride. But honestly, I feel like it was meant to look even differently than what the mainstream says. And there are strong arguments to support my thesis, claiming that not a gameplay section was cut, only another cutscene was gotten rid of. Why do I think that? Because the last audio file of the conversation ends with the phrase, "Here we are," which obviously was meant to be said when CJ and Smoke would arrive at the cemetery. The only problem is that the same audio file contains Smoke's reaction to the previous conversation. Therefore, "Here we are" would always happen right after the rest of the dialogue. If it had been meant to be played separately, specifically when approaching the cemetery, it would have been saved as a separate audio file. But as it is, it had to be a part of the entire conversation. Now, it is absolutely impossible from the developer's point of view to time a gameplay dialogue in a way which would ensure that it ends exactly when a player arrives at a given location. Even if the game launched the dialogue when the player would be close to the cemetery, there's no guarantee that the player would continue to go to that location with the presumed speed. They could go slow, fast, or they could take a detour, spot something, and take a while to examine it, or even begin to mess around rather than follow the mission objective. And with the "Here we are" dialogue being inseparable from this conversation, due to it being in the same audio file as the last response of Smoke, it was impossible to do it right. Plus, no sane designer would write gameplay dialogue in such a way, because that's just throwing the programmers under the bus. Therefore, I'm almost certain that it was supposed to be another cutscene and not a gameplay sequence. Another thing is that I didn't manage to find any leftover help text that would say something like, drive with Smoke to the cemetery. There's nothing that would suggest we were meant to manually get into the perennial and drive all the way to the funeral. Therefore, here's my vision of how that cutscene was supposed to look.
You want to drive? Yeah, that's cool. Nice car, Smoke. You know me. It's not cut. Keep it valued and keep it real. You still like cars? I always love cars, man. I thought they didn't respect cars. Would you ride out there? Subway. That's my brother. Here we are.
So you're probably thinking now, well, cool, but why on earth would they cut it? That dialogue doesn't mess up the story, it doesn't touch on no important subjects, so why would you not include it? Well, let's take a look at from where Smoke and CJ arrive at the funeral in the motion capture cutscene. They're coming from the west side. And now take a look at the layout of the cemetery. There's no entrance from the west side. For real, the only entrance is on the east side, in the exact same spot where the latter part of the mission takes place, where the boys get on the bikes and all. So did our two gentlemen decide to jump the wall for fun, or what? Another option is that they took a detour, but in ninja style. So nobody spots them. Judging by Kendall's reaction, no one saw them coming before. So it looks as if someone who was designing the motion capture cutscene forgot that the route of the characters should make some sense. Because as it is, the conclusion is teleportation, or an inexplicable idea of Smoke and CJ to climb the wall. And sure, we do climb that wall in one of the missions, Los Sepulcros, but there, they do it in order to catch the Ballas by surprise. And in our case, climbing over like that makes no sense. That blunder also has its leftover in the later part of the mission. When the Ballas did the drive-by, Smoke's car is still parked at the entrance, so on the west side. So for me, that cutscene was cut due to that mess. Someone simply realized that nothing adds up here, and instead of recreating everything, they removed the main issue so no one notices. That bit of the mission is behind us, but it's not over yet in terms of the big Smoke mission. It turns out that our escape from the Ballas on bicycles was also meant to look differently. All thanks to extra reactions of our homies. Sweet, Smoke, and Ryder were supposed to give comments when we fall off the bicycle, when we fall behind, or if we be too much ahead. I wrote a few scripts which will visually recreate the effect I'm talking about right now. Take a look.
Come on, CJ, pedal! Move it, CJ, not far to the road. Okay, CJ. Hey, calm down. Oh, man, that shit look like it hurt, homie. Get back on your bike, player.
This fool took a fall. Can't even ride a bike. CJ, you cycle like a crack hole, fool.
Move it, CJ, move it. Keep up, CJ. Come on, CJ, pedal like a motherfucker. Come on, man, you gotta keep up. Keep up, CJ. Don't lose us, CJ. You can't try and kill me. Come on, CJ. You can't keep up with the fat man.
What's the matter, fool? You tired? Move it, CJ. You embarrassing us, nigga.
You freaking
keep up, motherfucker.
Hey, look at CJ go. Hey, CJ, wait for us, man. CJ, you running like a bitch, man. Carl showing us how it's really done. Skinny fool's flying ahead on his own. CJ doing this thing top speed, dog.
Typical CJ, leaving the homies behind, huh? Hey, wait for the homies, fool. Figures moving fast as a motherfucker, you buster.
What can I say? Big shame. Such flavors strongly boost the immersion. The world begins to react to our actions, whether we're handling the task well or not. And by the way, it gives us a better picture of the relationships between characters. In this case, Ryder, of course, mocks us, throws comments as, you can't even ride a bike, CJ, etc. Smoke is acting rather friendly, while Sweet expresses concern for CJ when he falls. But unfortunately, it was probably a little bit too tricky to implement. First off, if we're far away from our homies, we shouldn't even be able to hear them speak. That could be a little unrealistic. Secondly, the sole detecting who is ahead and who's behind would not be as easy to implement as it may seem. The route has many turns. Checking who's closer to the destination would never be enough. CJ may be physically closer to the destination, but not practically. the developers would have to split the route to many straight sections and check who's closer to the end of the section a player and the ponies are currently in. That would take a lot more effort, and perhaps too much effort for Rockstar at the time. The time pressure was there, so they said, alright, whatever, let's do it simple. And that way, yet another great feature ended up in the rubbish. In the mission Rider, there's a few things to mention as well. First of all, one of the lines was cut from the final cutscene. Take a listen.
She held me straight. He your cut. Better drop by and see Sweet. He been yapping on about that graffiti too. Later, homie.
This suggests that the pizzeria robbery was meant to go successfully. It's kind of weird though, as on the other hand, there's nothing else that would support it. However, yet again, we were meant to get some extra reactions from the characters. Ryder was meant to react to CJ's death in 5 different ways.
This pizza parlor's no pushover.
What you take a bullet for, fool? CJ, quit tripping. Get up. Figure, CJ.
This is a bad.
You ain't made for these streets, CJ.
Same goes for CJ, who had 2 lines that were meant to trigger in the case of Ryder's death.
This pizza parlor's no pushover. Oh shit! Why? This ain't cool.
Other than that, Ryder was meant to initially tell CJ to find him a car after they left the pizzeria.
Oh shit! Run! CJ, we need some wheels. Oh shit! Run! We need a ride, super fast. Get us a car.
In the final version, it would obviously not make sense, as the game instructs us to use Ryder's car. The mission Tagging Up Turf was also originally meant to follow a different concept than what we see in the final version. In the original, we're the ones that run around the blocks with the can. Meanwhile, Sweet is either chilling in the whip or he goes back to Grove Street. Nonetheless, it turns out that initially, at least a section of that mission was supposed to look vastly different. The plan was for Sweet to at some point play the main role. There was a stage in the mission in which he was the one spraying over the tags, and our role was limited to following him in the car and watching for cops and ballers. Here's how I think it could have looked like.
Have a tag this block. Follow me in the front.
And wait for no one, chump.
CJ, check out Baller's turf with me.
And that's not all. I've also found extra reactions of Sweet, which honestly are really funny. He'd comment on our driving if we were doing some madness on the road.
This ain't Liberty, homie. Watch the road. Easy on the gas, partner. Still want to get from the decoration, man. The trees you're gonna see is coming from a mile long.
In fact, this particular line is a bit weird because Sweet mentions the Kilo Tray ball is set here. It's illogical because in that mission, we only spray over the tags of the front yard ball was set. So there's a possibility that this mission was supposed to take place someplace else.
Dude, drive like a basehead. Hey, everybody, look at Mr. Wheeler over here. Right, dude, you driving like a bitch. Man, he's got the shit off the paint shop, man. He's back for 5 minutes and you wait my car.
And as you could hear, there were plenty of those reactions. I'm not really sure why it was cut. I mean, of course, Sweet does already have default reactions to crashing that are played in any mission, but there can never be enough of those. And there's yet another cool one. It was planned for some lines to have a few alternatives, and the game would randomize which to play each time. A small thing, but a significant thing, especially for those who complete the game multiple times or fail the mission. Unfortunately, that feature was only developed on a full scale in GTA 4, although San Andreas also has it on a smaller scale. Now, let's listen to the alternative dialogue.
I'm gonna tag this block. Follow me in the car. I'll get this one. Follow me in the car. Come on, let's go to the Ballas territory. CJ, check out Ballas territory. Let's check out the Ballas territory. You hit this up here, and I go up and do another hood. Hit this up, and I go hit up another block. While you doing this, I'll be doing another block.
Intense hydration with a signature scent. New Palmer's Tahitian Vanilla Hair Care.
Instant happiness is here at Arena Center. You can get instantly approved for up to $4,000. Shop for anything you want in store or online, up to $4,000, all without using credit. Go on, get happy instantly.
What? I just got a loan for $5,000 straight to my bank account, and I'm actually picking up because now I can go on vacation. I want you fast in advance because all credit scores are welcome. And since I have a bad credit, this is beyond helpful for me. The loan ranges from $100 to $35,000. So if you're in a bind, this is so helpful. I'm telling you, if you want to go on a vacation, if you're in a bind, you need to pay a bill, fast loan advance. With a fast loan advance, it's going to be your best friend. Enjoy. No hidden fees. And tap below. Start.
Come on, quick, get in! CJ, get in! Come on, get in the whip! CJ, come on, man, hop in. Get us back to the hood, CJ. Come on, let's roll, let's step on it.
In the drive-by mission, the developers outdid themselves with the ambition to do alternate scenarios. First of all, in the final version, the dialogue goes like this.
Where we going, home? Rolling Heights, Ballas country. Do us a little drive-by, huh?
However, in the game files, Sweet has a line for 3 different Ballas sets.
Where we going, home? Kilo Trades country. Do us a little drive-by, huh? Where we going, home? Front yard Ballas country. Do us a little drive-by, huh?
That suggests that originally, the mission was meant to randomize on which set will be doing a drive-by. Therefore, there will be 3 possible mission locations. I ain't gonna lie, a very ambitious idea. But what may shock even more is a certain other set of dialogue. Firstly, Sweet and Ryder have as many as 3 additional lines each, which were meant to be played when after the initial visit in a spray shop, we yet another time gain wanted level. But what completely blew my mind were yet other lines. And now let me explain what I think they could play. So let's imagine a scenario where we go to the spray shop for the first time. Then we wait for the conversation between the characters to begin, and halfway through it, we gain wanted level again. Then we lose it again. And in such a scenario, the characters were meant to refer to such circumstances. To the fact that their conversation was interrupted by the cops, saying stuff like, "What was I saying?" and such. Take a look at how I imagine it.
Yeah, Grove is back, man. Grove is back.
Yeah, for sure. And slipping, man.
Man, I'm shocked you didn't get us killed, CJ. One time's on us again.
And slipping, man.
CJ, are you trying to get us pitched?
Sure. And slipping, man.
CJ, you such a liability, man. What the hell? Come on, CJ, get us someplace safe.
Sure. And slipping, man.
Man, I'm shocked you didn't get us killed, CJ. CJ, get us to a spray shop.
Yeah, for sure. And slipping, man.
Come on, CJ, we gotta lose his attention.
Okay, we're cool. Now what was I saying? Now what was I saying? Hey, what was we hollering about? Man, I'm shocked you didn't get us killed, CJ.
Well, I'm not really shocked that it was cut because that feature needed a few more lines to work at the time. Because if a character asked a question and then Carl would gauge once a little, lose it, and then someone would just casually answer the question asked a minute ago, well, that would sound pretty awkward. And then in the end, it's worth adding that there were some interesting lines of dialogue in the earlier stage too, but a few things need to be said before we play them, so you understand their initial purpose. Like, I know how y'all be completing that mission. We all do it in a completely unrealistic way, running over the ballers with our car at high speeds. And in the end, it's not a drive-by, but just ramming people with a car. However, if one were to do that mission as intended, remaining loyal to the immersion and the character's dialogue, they'd be supposed to drive at a balanced speed next to the ballers, slow enough so our homies can shoot them, but fast enough so we aren't an easy target for them. And obviously, getting all of them at one go is a rare feat, so usually you gotta make another pass. And for that circumstance, there were lines. Take a look.
Some of those fools are still standing. We gotta make another pack. We iced them, CJ. Let's hunt down some more. You get all those motherfuckers. So powerful. Let's finish them off. One. Where you going, CJ? There's still some more crawlers need to get popped.
In the original Running Dog, CJ and Smoke sneak up on a pair of Vagos. One of them right away gets a proper slam in the head with a baseball bat from Smoke, but the other begins to run away. CJ's task is to chase that fool down and do him right. Smoke, of course, quickly falls out of the equation because his considerably big belly gives him about 200 points to the speed stat. The speed of filling up the tiredness bar, that is, of course.
Hey, look, Carl, I'm big bone, but I'm still an athlete.
In any case, what's most important is that the mission was supposed to look vastly different. Firstly, the first gameplay dialogue was meant to be a bit longer.
Why you let me drive all the time, Smoke? Cat like me likes to scope the speed less a lot, you know what I'm saying? What you want me to roll with you for anyway? No reason. I just wanted to get in the carpool lane. Oh, yeah? Yeah, man, just cool out, homie. Just chill. Your cousin coming in from Mexico. Yeah, me and her go way back. Way back. Ah, Smoke, you're full of shit. Don't be prejudiced again in my presence, Carl. Everybody is my cousin. Brothers from different mothers, sisters from different fathers, and all that kind of shit.
As for the rest of the dialogue, it's pretty difficult to figure out the exact mission structure, but I managed to put together a reasonable theory. In one of the text strings in the GXT file, we can see that the mission experienced a significant metamorphosis. Initially, it seemed that we were meant to be chasing that moron, so he leads us to a weed store. So we weren't meant to be killing him, only follow. Also, it seems that Smoke was originally meant to chase that guy with us, which I conclude from those dialogues.
This guy is really getting on my fucking nerve. Man, what's happened to the world, man? Man, people have no dignity no more.
We've also got the line in which Smoke, gasping like a steam engine, tells CJ to get in the car.
CJ, get in!
Therefore, my theory of the mission's state in the later stage of development than the weed storage concept is that Smoke was meant to chase this guy with us for a while, but eventually he'd fall behind. But we'd still be chasing after that dude. We'd get him, and then Smoke would pull up in his car out of random and pick us up, as it sometimes happens in GTA. Well, it's hard to tell exactly if that was when Smoke pulled up, because there's not too much to be figuring it out from. But there's another piece of dialogue which was sure to be played while driving Smoke back home, which doesn't happen in the final game. It's very intriguing, because CJ asks Smoke about his relationship with Tenpenny, which is very interesting to analyze, knowing what we found out later in the story. So it was meant to be a sort of teaser to the future game events. I'm going to play it all for you at the end. There's also one more dialogue, which was probably meant for the final cutscene of that mission. Something similar to the wrong side of the track's final cutscene. Now, take a look at how I imagine this mission going in the beta version.
We got to stick with it. Get out here, CJ! CJ, do something useful. Catch that guy. Man, what's happened to the world, man? Man, SmackDown soon? CJ, get in. Let's go home. I gotta eat, man. Okay. Say, Smoke, what's going on with you and Kingpin? Who? Kingpin. Man, I ain't never heard of him. I saw him leaving your apartment. Oh, is that his name? Yeah, you know it is. Man, it ain't nothing. He a buster. I like to give people a hard time. You know that, Paul. But you know me. It takes more than a fool like him to bug me out. Hey, Carl, I see you later, all right? And look here, don't let that Pinterberry or whatever his name is give you no bullshit. I'm trying, man, but try hard. Look at me, man. You're a great man, Carl, a great man.
If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and a comment, because if you find this topic interesting, there's a lot more to talk about. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.
QB40 featuring Ali Campbell. Big Love Tour 2026. Saturday, May 9th, 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo. QB40 featuring Ali Campbell. The legendary voice of the hits. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino.
What would you do to protect the ones you love? MAD is leading the charge to end impaired driving.
I will fight till the day I die to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else.
We're up for the challenge. Are you? Join the movement at MAD.org.
What magical properties does the parachute have? What do you do so CJ has unlimited oxygen underwater? Or can you save the foreman in the mission Deconstruction? Today's episode is the third one in the series, the genesis of which is to take a closer look at details that are very difficult to spot at first glance. We take into consideration various fun facts and glitches in GTA San Andreas, which are to do with game mechanics, story missions, details, and practically all the elements of gameplay. The question, what is the most powerful weapon in GTA San Andreas? The majority would probably answer minigun or the rocket launcher. However, I've got a different opinion on this matter. See, I think that the most powerful weapon in the game is the parachute. I reckon that because the minigun, for example, in the mission Los Sepulcros, is not able to destroy the Admiral parked at the cemetery, same goes for the rocket launcher. And the parachute is able to, and with ease too. For real. For some totally unknown reason, if we got the parachute equipped, the vehicles which were made absolutely indestructible in the mission's code are all of a sudden made possible to destroy. As with many things in the series, I'm trying to find an explanation. But in terms of this one, my head is empty. Because what is so special about the parachute for it to have such bizarre effects? Totally absurd. But well, that's the case.
It is what it is.
You can't argue with that. By the way, going back to the Los Sepulcros mission, where we got that invincible Admiral, it turns out that if we destroy it with the help of the parachute, after entering the marker, the mission fails and displays a dedicated message. It doesn't make sense, since the car is, after all, indestructible. And if someone is able to push it all the way to the water before the timer runs out, because let me note that using a tow truck is futile here, well, that would be very impressive.
Can't be done. Never said impossible, just very difficult.
And also, I verified what would happen if we pushed that car somewhere far from the cemetery. And by doing exactly that, I've soft-locked the mission, as after killing all the ballers at the cemetery, Sweet wanted to enter the car, which coincidentally just so happened to be about 100 meters away. As a result, Sweet got frozen on the spot, and the car remained permanently locked. Even when I managed to bring the car back to the cemetery, Sweet still wouldn't react, and the car reluctantly remained not to be opened. A classic soft lock. Going back to the incredible possibilities of the parachute, I'll give you one more example of how one can utilize them. See, in the mission Tanker Commander, we have the invincible car of those two shop assistants whom we're robbing. If we destroy their whip with a parachute, upon attaching the trailer to the cab, the game crashes. The same happens if we manage to kill the two shop workers. That can be done with the help of a certain trick. First, we take a car and place it about half a meter from the window. Then we take a bicycle and we drive it into the gap we created. We leave the bicycle and voila, we're inside of the shop. And we may kill the two shop workers without any problems. In order to go back outside, one should go to the back area of the shop where the floor isn't solid. Therefore, CJ falls underground and soon the game teleports us back outside. And as I mentioned, after attaching the trailer, the game crashes. In a comment, you may share some ideas as to in what other missions the parachute's lethal properties could be utilized for some interesting effects. Did you know that CJ can dance like a penguin? See, if we hold the tab key and begin to hold the 4 and 6 numpad keys, we achieve this funny effect. CJ literally starts dancing like a penguin. The question is, what even is that function and where did it come from? Well, there is an explanation. It's a function that was seemingly poorly ported from the console version to the PC version. Since I don't know if you're aware, but in the PS2 version, if we hold L1 and begin to rotate the camera, then CJ would also rotate according to the camera, performing the same animation as in the case of the penguin dance. However, on PC, CJ doesn't rotate, thus it looks so hilarious. I'm sure you know that in GTA San Andreas, similarly to GTA 4, we got the possibility of being served at the hot dog stalls, scattered around the state. There's a stall, a seller, and a marker. We approach it, and then CJ begins passionately licking his paw, and our HP is being regenerated. But those stalls show us how ahead of its time GTA San Andreas was. See, did you know that those hot dog stalls have self-service checkout? Because I can't think of a different explanation to the fact that even after murdering the seller, CJ can still prepare a hot dog and pay for it himself. Alright, seriously though, what I mean is that one can still buy a hot dog, even if the seller is dead. And it's also worth adding that it works at the other variant of the stalls, Noodle Exchange, which is to be found at the stadium in San Fierro. Moreover, the marker appears again after some time, even if the seller is long dead already. What can be concluded from that is that the game never checks if the seller is able. Hence, of course, my truly amazing theory about self-service checkout. Sticking to the hot dogs though, there's one more option to purchase that snack. See, we still got the hot dog vans in a few places where we can also buy hot dogs, and there, it doesn't work. And by the way, a quite intriguing atmospheric phenomenon is that the van guy can be killed with a knife through the wall. Yeah, but after the guy gets killed by CJ, we're not able to buy a hot dog at such a van anymore. In other words, self-service checkout not present. But that makes sense, since here, the game is better designed and is well prepared for different contingencies. For example, you probably know if we enter the van, the guy gets scared and begins to cower, and then the red marker disappears as well. But what's interesting is that there's a way to move the van while retaining the possibility of buying a hot dog. In terms of that Leviathan magnet helicopter, about which we were talking about in the first episode of the series, well, I'm no longer surprised why it's not available for a player in free roam. See, it's properly glitched up. It's not even that if one attaches a casual car to the magnet, it can barely be able to lift itself to any reasonable height. But if one takes a bigger beast like that hot dog van, any flying has to be forgotten about. It just won't lift. It hasn't got enough force. This son of a gun can be towed with a tow truck though, and it's actually quite funny because you literally can take the guy whenever you wish, and he'll still be able to sell us hot dogs.
Palmer's Cocoa Butter Formula, Shimmer Radiance, for all your dramatic entrances.
The union of fruity sweet gummy and tangy crunchy nerds. Nerds gummy clusters. Unleash your senses.
Better sleep is simple. Just track your activity one test regularly. Exposure to natural light, caffeine at 4 p.m. Optimize your bedroom environment before bed.
or maybe you just need a little more from your mattress. An adjustable base offers personalized comfort with customizable head and foot positions that can help relieve back pain, alleviate snoring, and give you your best rest ever. Make an adjustable base part of your bedtime routine and elevate your sleep. Shop adjustable bases in-store and online at Ashley.
What I was interested to check about this is what would happen if we placed the van in such a way so the spot in which the marker appears were, for example, directly above the water. I mean, the situation which you can see on the screen right now. See, it turns out that the game spawns a sphere at the bottom of the ocean. However, it won't work. See, the sphere is at the bottom, as that's how spheres work in this game. They spawn on the ground, no matter the entered Z coordinate. In turn, the check whether a player approached the van works as usual. So one has to simply fly to the place where, in theory, the marker should appear, and then CJ's HP will be recovered, and the sphere at the bottom of the ocean will disappear. And the animation of hands licking will trigger only once we unequip the jetpack. And in the end, a question for you. Because while I was driving the tow truck with the hot dog van hooked up, it was possible at times to achieve a similar effect to the tractor train trick. So what you can see on the screen right now, and that's one thing that sometimes funny outcomes can be led to. But once it occurred to me that after the glitch with turning worked, the tow truck lost its cable. Personally, I've never witnessed anything like that before. And I'm not sure that was just a one-time glitch, or has it always been a thing? The first one makes even more sense, as it turns out that even with the cable gone, it still sort of works. As in, we still can hook vehicles to it, only that it's invisible. Let me know if you ever encountered such a thing. In GTA San Andreas, we're dealing with two types of shadows. We got the shadows of vehicles and various objects, and those are very sharp. And also, we got the player shadow, which differs in sharpness, which is to be observed on the screen now. And yeah, all good. But the catch is that those two shadows may overlap. So for instance, by walking under the bridge, although both shadows are created by the light from the same source being blocked, the sun of course, we're still able to see both of them simultaneously, which is completely nonsensical, obviously. It looks even more bizarre if we're on a single-track vehicle, as then not only is the shadow of CJ visible, but the shadow of a bicycle, for example, blends with the bridge shadow, which looks simply absurd. In the case of regular cars, we won't observe anything like that, since upon entering the car, the game deactivates the player's shadow. Like, I get why CJ got a separate type of shadow, since it's just easier on the eye, but unfortunately, it hasn't been programmed with sufficient attention to detail. And actually, in my opinion, all PC shadows were not designed too well. Because for me, well, they're not very attractive, to put it mildly. Those from the PS2 version fit way better and just simply look better. Those on the PC are far too sharp and barely visible. In the mobile version, it was slightly improved. However, there's also no shortage of goofy oversights, but that's another discussion. If we have a minimum of 4 stars of wanted level and we take off with a plane, military jets appear, begin to chase us, and shoot homing rockets at us. But when the jets don't appear is while flying the AT-400 plane. It makes total sense, as first of all, the law authorities cannot be certain that we're not transporting passengers, since the AT-400 is, after all, an airliner. But I think that it's mainly caused by the fact that it's such an AT-400 got shot down and crashed. The collateral damage would be colossal. We got a similar situation in GTA 5 in the mission Minor Turbulence, in which Trevor jacked a huge cargo plane off the Merryweather, and soon after, the military jets began chasing him. Then, Trevor also may say a line, in which he's convinced that the pilots can't shoot him down, as crashing of such an enormous aircraft is bound to cause a lot of damage.
This is your final warning. You are now engaged. Hey, you wouldn't shoot me down anyway. Think of me ground casualties.
Although in that mission, Trevor was ultimately wrong, and the plane fortunately crashed at the lake. The sole fact stays valid, and it all makes perfect sense. Oh, and also, let me add that in the case of the Andromeda plane, so the one seen in Stowaway mission, it works the same, even though without cheats, that plane is unavailable to a player. In Flint County, near Angel Pine at the San Fierro Freeway entrance, there's a crossroads with poorly timed traffic lights. What I mean by that is that the drivers don't pass exactly while it's a green light, and they don't wait exactly while it's a red light. Only they wait for a few seconds on the red light, after which they randomly take off, even though it's still a red. Conversely, when it turns green, they begin to stop their cars through a green light duration. It literally just looks as if someone, while coding that crossroads, poorly timed the driver's AI and the visual effects of the traffic lights. The next fun fact is very odd. If we fix ourselves up with a car with installed hydraulics and we fall into the water in it, then no worries about the oxygen, See, if we touch the very bottom in such a car and we trigger our hydraulics, our oxygen level is being regenerated every time. From my personal observations, it happens because the game, for a fraction of a second, interprets it as if we're on land. I conclude that by the fact that in the moment of performing a hydraulics jump, the oxygen bar disappears for a split second and then reappears instantly, this time filled to the maximum because it reset. Why does the game think for a moment that we're on the surface? That I don't know. So if you've got any ideas, write them in a comment. Paint spray allows us to lose the cops, but did you know that the police ceases to attack us even without respraying our vehicle? See, if we're very close to the garage, the wanted level stays. However, the cops start to completely ignore us. It also works while on foot. I'll play you a clip. Pay attention to the sound of the sirens. And take a look at this clip, which undeniably confirms the validity of my thesis. Another fun fact that we'll take a closer look at is to do with the famous mission in which CJ spectacularly murders a construction site foreman by burying him locked in a portable toilet under concrete. See, I felt sorry for him, and so I managed to find a way to save him. How's it done? First, we need to arm ourselves with satchel charges. Then, once we've destroyed all the portables at the site and we push the foreman's toilet into the hole, before we enter the marker with a cement truck, we throw the charges into the hole next to the toilet. The plan is for the explosion to cause the toilet to fly back out of the hole. Once done correctly, we may proceed with the mission. However, while approaching the hole with the cement truck, we must not let the toilet out of our sight, as if we do, it may sometimes teleport back to the hole and the trick doesn't work. But if we manage to avoid that, there you go. The foreman has been saved from a disgusting death. However, maybe it's best if we don't verify, as it's hard to believe that the explosion hasn't torn it apart. And that would be it when it comes to today's glitches in San Andreas. If you enjoyed it, like, subscribe, and don't forget to trigger the bell to not miss anything. On the screen, you got 2 videos. Perhaps they're of your interest, so I recommend you to check them out. Thank you for watching, and until the next one.
I want to let her know that she does not deserve to be in pain anymore.
Matt Frazier, Saturday, April 25th, 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at Four Winds Casino, New Buffalo.
Thank you so
Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Mineral Sunscreen. Advanced UV protection, no white cast. You can't see it.
Man, I'm so excited to meet her.
I bet he's at home oiling his biceps. I haven't oiled my biceps in months. Well, days if we're counting.
Hidden first-person camera in GTA San Andreas? A flying train? Drive-by with a minigun? Mysterious lights around a military base in the desert? This video is another set of my personal intriguing discoveries, odd mysteries, useful facts, as well as completely useless fun facts in GTA San Andreas, about which you probably haven't heard. In the last episode, we were talking a little bit about sliding and a certain glitch, in which if we recruited gangsters while they were choking, they'd never stop choking. We pointed out that both of those glitches are caused by 2 unrelated procedures intersecting. Their commands and their parameters get mixed up, creating obscure effects. Today, another thing from that niche, and interestingly enough, it allows us to sort of enable the first-person view camera in GTA San Andreas. So the whole glitch is especially similar to sliding. What I mean by that is that we'll trigger it by using player movement and weapons. Firstly, we need to arm ourselves with the sniper rifle and the jetpack. Then we have to find ourselves a surface from which we may fall down. It doesn't have to be too high. A rooftop of a regular house will do just fine. Next, we take off the jetpack, so the pickup appears on the same rooftop we're standing on. Take out the rifle and hold down the gaming key. The game will obviously display the HUD imitating looking through the scope. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. The unconventional. Now we want to pick up the jetpack while aiming with the rifle. At first, it seems impossible, since the player movement is restricted while aiming with the sniper rifle. But it turns out that one can move, only that rather than just holding W, one's got to hold W and one of the directional movement keys at the same time, so A or D. Using that method, we're now able to collect the jetpack while aiming. After accomplishing that, all we have left is to simply fall from the rooftop onto a lower surface. if you haven't released the aiming key, CJ's movement should have been brought back to normal, although the aiming effect remains, giving the impression of a first-person camera. However, we've still got that big-ass scope HUD covering 3/4 of the screen, but no worries, it can be got rid of. All we need is to make sure that while we're doing the trick, we have an SMG type weapon in our inventory, a Tech 9 for example. After falling off the roof, the game sets our weapon to that tech, and the game realizes that we're not using the sniper rifle anymore, so it turns off the scope HUD. However, it still forgets about the camera position, which gives us a very convincing first-person view effect. Granted, this is still quite far from a fully playable version of it, as we still have to hold down the aiming button for as long as we want to keep the effect. Plus, entering vehicles cancels it too. But what we can do is fire the SMG we got equipped, so there's that. Hell, we can even zoom in and out, because the game also forgot to clear that mechanism. Another fun fact is another proof that the Ballas and the Vagos are completely hopeless morons. See, I bet you noticed that during gang wars, there's always a gang car spawning as well, the passenger sitting in which is trying to shoot us down. And granted, half of the times the car would spawn somewhere across the state, or driving in the wrong direction, away from the war zone. To kill the guys inside to win a war, and thank God dang. It turns out that if we shoot the driver of such a vehicle, the passenger won't exit it, only keep shooting at us from the cockpit. Though the real comedy begins if we add to it that we can enter the car with CJ and casually drive it around, and even that won't demotivate the shooter from his actions. We can drive around and he won't get too cruise about it, and will just remain desperately trying to shoot us down. Obviously, instead of leaning out of the car and shooting at the floor with his bullets somehow phasing through the bodywork, additionally shooting his bullets in the direction completely not matching the angle of the barrel, he could simply shoot us within the cockpit, but I guess they didn't teach that fool that in school. Such a gangster won't disappear until the end of the war. We can drive him wherever we like, and he just remained there, shooting at us. We may respray the car, even freaking tune it. Only water causes our inept tormentor to cease his Sisyphean task.
So love outside? You might have to hate it first.
Let's bring your dream outdoor space to life. From design to completion, Architect takes the process serious. Backed by over 45 years of craftsmanship, built to stand the test of time. Every space is designed for life and built to last. Contact Architect to start planning your outdoor space today.
There's no need to remind no one what the mission Big Smoke is about. Escaping on the bikes with our homies through the city from the Ballas. However, our boys presented incredible talent in that mission. Some of you may have already noticed that, but either Sweet, Smoke, and Ryder in that mission are glued, welded, magically attached, or whatever you want to call it, to their bicycles. In short, there's no way for them to fall off of them. Or is there? It turns out that if one tries hard enough, everything is possible. Granted, the simplest methods like ramming them with a tank will fail miserably. Even if we drive a fire truck at full speed at Ryder, for instance, he'll still easily remain on his bike. I gotta admit that I wanted to utilize that for entertainment purposes and treat our homies as the dumpster from a few episodes back, which with the help of a forklift, a flatbed, and some satchel charges, we could send flying and make a sort of a mortar from it. So yeah, not too humanitarian, but I wanted to turn Ryder into a cannonball. Unfortunately, the idea disappointed, as Ryder just died after launching the charges. By the way, this is really peculiar, because also, in one of the previous episodes of this series, we managed to discover that no matter how many explosions we throw at a cyclist, they always get left with precisely 4 HP. Why that doesn't work in Ryder's case? I don't know. It's a bit of a mess, really. In any case, in theory, Ryder has sure fallen off the bike, only that he died instantly, so that was far from satisfying. A similarly disappointing effect I got after putting Ryder in the water. At first, he was holding on really well, didn't fall off his bike. However, after a while, he drowned and did fall off the bike, but again, died. My next idea turned out to be extremely difficult to carry out. It was about dropping Ryder from a huge height and seeing if that doesn't make him fall off his bicycle. The problem became, how on earth do I get him to such a big height? In the end, I utilized another glitch presented before in this series, the one allowing transporting vehicles on the wings of the vehicle plane. My plan was to get to the end of the mission, but not enter the final marker. Then all the homies are just waiting in no motion at Grove Street, so I was able to freely move them around without them constantly moving. In order to avoid the red sphere, I pushed Ryder out of its radius by driving a fire truck at it, having previously bailed out. Then I pushed Ryder into the Ellis River, where I used the forklift to put him on the back of a bobcat, and then used the ledges to put the bobcat with Ryder on its back onto a beagle's wings. After hours of hopeless and very much irritating attempts, I managed to achieve that effect twice. However, each time, the bobcat with the bike on it was too unstable. Thus, sooner or later, and rather sooner, Ryder fell off. Yes, and only then the brilliant thought occurred to me that a bicycle is actually also a vehicle, so the bobcat was completely superfluous here. Having realized that, I tried it again, and it worked this time. I got the beagle to a high altitude and dropped Ryder down. Dude ain't scared of nothing. I encountered him casually seated on his bike in the middle of the freeway as if nothing ever happened. And no, it couldn't be that he just got back on it down. And you'll see why in a minute. After all that, the solution turned out to be much simpler. I decided to verify what'll happen if I light up a homie on his bike. And that was it. Mystery solved. Ryder, after a while, got off his bike, and this time not smoking but burning, began to run around like a maniac and stopped after the fire went out. The same happened to Smoke, who also stopped in a very weird posture. So it seems as if the glue on Ryder's bike seat must have melted after we fired it up, because we can normally fall off Ryder's bike after getting on it with CJ. The odd thing is also that after triggering the cutscene, both characters were back on their bikes as if nothing happened. And going back to the previously asked question, you can see that Ryder's AI isn't prepared for a situation where he'd be separated from his bike. After he gets off it, he has no willingness to get back on. He'll just be standing there. That's why we can be certain that back there on the freeway, if Ryder actually fell off the bicycle, I'd find him standing there on foot because he wouldn't return on the bike. If we approach a pedestrian and begin to horn, they won't be most pleased. They begin to do frustrated gestures with their hands, performing a characteristic animation. See, that mechanism can be used to discover a very sneaky fun fact. You probably noticed that boats or aircraft don't have a horn. Pressing the H key doesn't trigger any sound effects. This turns interesting, though, if we attempt to sound a horn in the vicinity of a pedestrian. Then we'll observe that despite that no sound is being produced by the plane, the pedestrians react as if it was there. And, well, it is there. It wasn't turned off, only its sound was disabled, which is evidenced by what you see. The same case is with helicopters, only that it's more difficult to verify that because pedestrians run away at the sight of a helicopter. However, not policemen. They don't account for the possibility of being cut into pieces by rotor blades of a helicopter driven by some psycho in a bandana. Here, same as it was with planes, a cop always reacts, showing that the helicopters also have a horn installed. Sure, an ultrasonic horn, but still. In boats, though, it seems like they actually disabled the horn entirely, because no reaction from the pedestrians was to be observed, at least during my tests. In the next fun fact, we yet again will be doing a mix-up of procedures. This time with a really noble objective, which is becoming able to perform drive-by by the minigun. That's right, demolition from the inside of our favorite ride. What does one have to do? Well, first off, it wouldn't hurt at all to actually get in possession of the minigun. Then we activate the Always Drive-By cheat code, which gives us the possibility to free aim and shoot with SMG-type weapons while in a vehicle. While in the vehicle, we type in the parachute cheat code. We leave the vehicle, change our weapon to the minigun, get back in, and voila! The game, for some reason, forgot to change our weapon to the SMG, and we can freely shoot the minigun while simultaneously driving. Unfortunately, the killing force, despite still being very big, is significantly smaller than normal because the drive-by mode sets our shooting rate to a set value. It's even the case with the submachine guns. Shooting in the drive-by mode is slower than on foot. What's interesting, the sound of the minigun is not prepared for such an eventuality, so we still hear as if we're firing dozens of bullets per second, which is far from being the case. Still, as I said, it's still very powerful, even with a decreased shooting speed. Unfortunately, weapons like a rocket launcher, Molotovs, or the flamethrower don't work. Although, in the case of the RPG, we can hear its sound, the one that plays when we try to fire it without aiming, which shows that the trick still somewhat applies. You surely know what the cheat code Bubble Cars does. Every car we hit begins to float away. But did you know that one of the vehicles on which it works is a train? If we derail a train and then we hit it with another vehicle, it will behave the same way. Additionally, such a levitating train is very stable, so with the use of the jetpack, we can get CJ on it and use it as a space rocket. A very, very slow rocket, but still. The military base has many interesting secrets and myths to do with it. Today, I'll show you a certain paranormal phenomenon, which takes place at night there, which can freak you out a bit. See, at night, while driving or walking around the base's surface, if one pays attention, it can be seen that in some places, our car, or CJ alone, begin to illuminate in different colors. White, blue, sometimes even red. There's absolutely no light sources around, so this is completely out of nowhere. Is it invisible aliens or radioactive properties of the base? Well, almost, but it's more just glitched up lighting in this beautiful game. See, those magical lights simply come from the interior of the Area 69, which is located directly underground. Using a free camera mod, we'll very quickly be able to locate a light source underground of the same color as what our car inexplicably was illuminating in a while ago. Of course, it shouldn't be the case, but that's how lighting works in this game, and you can see it in other places too. It's best to spot it at the bridges over the Ellis River. Not only can one see on the slope of the canal the light produced by the cars driving across the bridge, but also the light of the street lamp as well as all the shadows of the vehicles. The same oversight has its effects in the military base, generating a quite scary, mysterious, and at first glance, inexplicable phenomenon. Remember to like the video if you enjoyed it or found it useful, and subscribe if you're looking for more content like this. I also recommend checking out the playlist of this series containing all of its episodes, where you can find out more about some of the facts mentioned today and obviously much more, in case you haven't seen them already, of course. Meanwhile, I'm saying goodbye. Take care.
Discover the science to glass-like skin with new niacinamide peptides face serum. 7 days to visibly clearer skin, smoother skin texture with visible pores reduced. Discover your solution for glass-like glow on Medicaid.us.
What would you do to protect the ones you love? MAD is leading the charge to end impaired driving.
I will fight till the day I die to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else.
We're up for the challenge. Are you? Join the movement at MAD.org.
How to make a killing machine with the help of a forklift? There are self-driving cars in GTA San Andreas? Or is there an alternative ending to the game's story? Those and many more questions are just about to be answered in another episode of Fun Facts from GTA San Andreas. Enjoy! It turns out that for some reason, the game developers very badly didn't want the bikers to be able to die from explosions. For example, if we stick satchel charges to a bicycle and detonate them, then no matter the circumstances, the cyclist never dies. For real, never. At first, you could consider it a simple oversight. The cyclist seems to be protected by their vehicle, similar to the case with cars, where a driver doesn't suffer damage because the car takes the entire hit. Therefore, you could assume that the developers assigned a similar mechanism to all the vehicles, forgetting that in the case of a bicycle, it absolutely doesn't make any sense. A bicycle doesn't really provide any real cover. However, unfortunately, this explanation also doesn't meet reality. Why? Because explosions actually do inflict damage to a cyclist, and a lot too. I've checked it exactly with the help of the script. No matter how big, how many explosions hit a cyclist, he always is being left with exactly 4 units of health. No less, no more than that. Why 4 specifically? And why can a cyclist die in that matter? That's another one of those strange mysteries, to which probably even the developers wouldn't be able to find an answer. Unless you've got a sensible explanation, then let me know in the comment, but for me, nothing adds up here. In the mission Robbing Uncle Sam for Ryder, the game instructs us to load up the van with boxes with the help of a forklift. But it turns out that the forklift, a humble hero of that mission, hides a lot bigger potential than it may seem. Today, I'll show you the most unhinged uses for that inconspicuous piece of hardware, which I discovered during my San Andreas tenure. Let's kick off with a banger, car wrecks. For example, the one that lies calmly at Grove Street. Picking it up with a forklift isn't all that easy. One has to drive up at the specific spot and position themselves ideally. But once we've succeeded, congratulations, you just created a machine for pure unpunished destruction. Seriously, if you begin to hit other cars with that wreck or heads, you'll be performing a demolition. Cars freak out, deflect like table tennis balls, and the pedestrians, even at small speeds, die instantly. And the best part, the game doesn't associate those crimes with CJ. Hence, you could be casually mashing up half a neighborhood, including the police, and you're going to get a single star for that. Kind of a chaos mode, only without the consequences. A similar effect, although a little less spectacular, can be achieved with a bench, like the ones at the pier in Santa Maria Beach. Those can also be lifted and can be a tool for wreaking little havoc. Going back to the aforementioned car wreck, as if anyone were wondering, no, it's not a regular car. It can't be saved at a garage nor repaired. It's simply an object, but a very destructive one. And now the best part, total comedy. It turns out that one can also lift sitting NPCs. Just like that. You drive up to a guy chilling on the porch, squeeze the forks under them, and off you go. They'd be sitting as if nothing ever happened, as if they totally were just being kidnapped by some maniac in a forklift. Zero reaction. No, hey, what do you think you're doing? No escaping. Just making the peace with their fate and accepting the world as it is. In general, this whole thing with lifting works on all NPCs, only that those who walk the streets quickly walk off the forks. You know, they're in motion, so it's hard to keep them on. But in missions, there are often moments in which story characters are static. And so I said, an ideal opportunity to make a bit of comedy out of this. First up, I tested the mission Ryder and its eponymous character, specifically the moment in which Ryder is smoking a spliff in front of the hairdressers and we're changing CJ's haircut. So I thought, time for an experiment. Unfortunately, the developers were a step ahead of me here. After a while, Ryder returns to his car and gets inside, leaving no room for further fun. The next one in line, the mission 9s and 8Ks, and here it was much funnier. After dropping Smoke off at his natural habitat, so the nearby Cluck and Bell, we go back to Emmett and destroy the bottles. And then the cutscene starts, only that Smoke, who physically was currently about 50 meters away, still was hearable. And the bottles were being smashed out of nowhere, as if touched by a magic wand.
Cap your ass? And your ass? You want some too? Ice cold, baby. I knew I was the chosen one.
An even better moment was when I placed Emmett on the roof of a randomly passing car. The car drove away, taking Emmett along with itself. Then I returned to our old friend, the mission robbing Uncle Sam. This time, it was not the boxes, but Ryder who I was trying to put inside the van. And you know what? It worked for a moment. But then Ryder quickly got bored and went back to shooting the weekend soldiers. The experiment ended mediocrely, but I think it was worth a try. A real cabaret happened in the mission Lights of Beach. There, I managed to teach the DJ to fly. Also, it was possible to lift the dancing party guests without interrupting their animations. Thanks to that, truly absurd scenes were created, like a guy dancing with a lady on the roof of a car. In the end, a little request for you. If you have any other ideas for missions in which we could pull off similar stunts with a forklift, then let me know about them in a comment. We'll test them out in future episodes. And now, time for something special. I'll show you how to build a catapult in GTA SA. In Angel Pine, there's an inconspicuous blue trash container. Nothing extraordinary, but as it turns out, it can also be lifted by a forklift. Nearby, next to the sawmill, there's a flatbed parked. If we manage to place that skip on its bed, something peculiar happens. The container stays where it was and begins to levitate, just like that. Under such a skip, one can plant charges. The effect achieved upon detonating them is quite spectacular. Additionally, a falling dumpster actually deals damage, so with its help, one can kill CJ in a very original manner. Further ridiculousness is to do with street lamps, specifically those smaller ones, which we can find on the Star Walk in Pinewood. In their case, a classic well-known theory in the GTA world applies, the Bluetooth theory. We'll undoubtedly come back to it more than once in this series, as it's very useful for explaining various phenomena. What's the deal with it? See, such a street lamp, even if we uptear it and relocate it to a spot where there's no cabling, it still illuminates at night. Pure Bluetooth magic, or some unexplainable mysteries of the GTA world. You know, the same case as with towing a helicopter with a tow truck cable. How? That, no one knows. In the end, a curiosity to do with the mission, Body Harvest. There, in turn, one can pick up with a forklift those little hay bales released by the Combine Harvester. Unfortunately, despite a few tests, I didn't find any unique usage for them. Another thing is something that some of you may know of already, but I think that for many, it may be one of those obvious surprises. Also, I have one less obvious observation to show you about this. In GTA San Andreas, there's a gear system in vehicles. It becomes apparent if one listens closely.
Whether you're on the job or at home, Harbor Freight has the air tools and compressors you need at prices that can't be beat. Harbor Freight, your air tool and compressor destination.
Melissa Etheridge, the rise to it. Saturday, May 2nd at 9 p.m. Eastern. Silver Creek Event Center at 4 Winds Casino, New Buffalo. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
What's interesting is that in the Sanchez motorcycle, precisely at the moment when CJ shifts to second gear, it can be seen that his left foot performs a characteristic move, as if he were physically switching gears. That would meet reality, as from what I read, in authentic motorcycles, the gearbox is also usually manipulated with the left foot. A similar effect exists in the Fangio scooter too. However, it only works in the case of switching between first and second gear. Later, we only have the sound effect, without an animation. What's intriguing about this is whether developers simply didn't manage to develop this function properly, or perhaps it's just a coincidence and CJ's foot's move has a different ground. Let me know what you think in the comments. A car towed by us with the help of a tow truck or a tractor is in certain aspects treated by the game as the one which we're currently driving. It mostly concerns the sirens functioning. Normally, in the case of police cars or ambulances, the sirens are hearable only if there's a driver in the vehicle, be it a player or a pet. As soon as the driver gets out, the sound of the sirens disappears. But if we enable the sirens in such a vehicle and then we hook it up to a tow truck, the audio signal remains active, despite the fact that there's no one inside. A similar relativity is to do with the Packer, although it concerns a different aspect. If we transport a vehicle with it, we can notice that in spite of the transported car being supposed to stay in its place, its wheels turn at the same rate as the wheels of the Packer. In case of the sirens, such an effect doesn't occur. If a vehicle is located on the Packer's platform without a driver, the sound of the sirens doesn't appear. Going back to the towing vehicles, there's a difficult to spot detail. If we attach a vehicle to the hook, even if we don't press any buttons, our vehicle begins to move extremely slowly forwards. The effect is easier to spot with the speeded up cheat applied twice. I'll speed it up for you even more so you can easily observe that which I describe as true. A very strange anomaly is to do with the valet missions. If we park any land vehicle near a place of starting the mission, we leave it and walk into the market, triggering the mission. The vehicle that we've just left is being immediately taken over by a random pedestrian, who begins to casually drive it. It only works for land vehicles. Boats or planes are excluded here. What's funny is that we may use for this trick even the most unconventional forms of transport, such as a combined harvester, a tank, RC vehicles, a tractor attachment, and even those mobile stairs from the airport, which the game treats as a vehicle. That last element allows, for example, for entering an AT-400 plane without the need to go to the right hangar in Las Venturas. It's hard to tell why that happens. Most likely, in the moment of CJ entering the marker, the game assigns the most recently driven vehicle by a player to a random pedestrian in the area. What for? God knows. It's another absurdity that is hard to logically explain. Another fun fact is more of a recipe for glitches. Have you ever tried putting a plane on a Packer? See, that's what it's all about. As it was mentioned in the first episode of the series, aircraft phase through each other if there's no one inside. Well, they act similarly in interaction with the Packer. If we drive a plane onto a Packer as much as possible, and then we leave the vehicle, the game may react in unexpected ways. Sometimes the Packer gets launched away, other times it begins to levitate, and sometimes both vehicles are getting flung in the air. Even more bizarre effects can be achieved with some helicopters, because one can create some sort of a hybrid of a Packer and a helicopter. A good example of that would be a connection of a Packer and a Leviathan. Unfortunately, driving such a set is impossible, as upon entering one of the vehicles, glitches and other peculiar behaviors occur. It's not really a big surprise, as the presence of the two vehicles in the same spot simultaneously goes beyond the standard rules of the game, which results in strange outcomes. Recently, I've shown you how to make finishing the mission Los Sepulcros impossible by pushing Sweet's car away from the cemetery. In that case, though, you can always fail the mission and start again. In today's fun fact, however, a player can soft lock themselves for good. After the mission Body Harvest, CJ receives a phone call from Caesar. The two plan to meet in one of the trailers in Angel Pine. Although at first glance it looks like a fully fledged mission, in reality, it's just a cutscene. After which, we get another phone call, this time from Catalina. What's interesting is that the phone call is treated by the game as part of the mentioned mission, which means that it can be failed. For example, by dying during the conversation with Catalina. If that happens, for example, if we get killed by the police, a mission failed message appears. After respawning at a hospital and returning to the trailer at Angel Pine, it turns out that despite the marker and the blip remaining intact, they can't be used to trigger anything. What's more, the second Catalina mission doesn't become available either, so there's no way to continue the story. A player is then forced to load the previously saved state, losing all unsaved progress. And now, we'll go back to the first episode and to what you wrote in the comments concerning things about which I forgot to mention, suggestions to verify some things, or explanations of glitches that I showcased in the first episode. For starters, we'll look at the comment written by the user called A Sarcastic Guy, who referred to the San Fierro airport trick. The deal there was that by hitting the airport gate, it opens, despite us not having finished the flight school yet. Sarcastic wrote that they managed to achieve a similar outcome on the Las Venturas airport. I checked it for myself, and yes, it also works there too. Granted, it's a lot harder to get, and one has to try for a minute before it works, but well, eventually it does. In terms of the Los Santos airport though, I've tried for an extended period of time with no effects. There, it seems that everything has been designed properly. Meanwhile, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, I'd like to ask you to like it and subscribe to the channel. Also, I recommend triggering the bell in order to get notifications about new videos. Take care.
March is finally here. But the real craziness, that's where I come in. If you think the Final Four gets wild, wait till you see these athletes can't play.
Watch March Madness and catch Coughlin with Anthony Davis. New series premieres April 6th after NCAA coverage on CBS.
Hello and welcome to another video on fun facts from GTA San Andreas, in which I'll present to you various hidden gems, details, or glitches, which I reckon aren't much known. Today, we kick off with the speed trick. And no, I do not mean the tapping method, although something related. About that one, most of you probably know already anyway. In short, tapping is actually sort of a glitch. In theory, this makes sense. CJ bends on a motorcycle, thus removing the air resistance, so he's able to drive faster, and that worked well, but mainly on controllers. There, we were able to just slightly push the analog to maintain the right position. The problem started on PC. Keyboards mostly do not support pressure-sensitive keys, especially not back in 2005. A key is either pressed or it's not. So in order to achieve the same effect, players began to just spam the up arrow key, and it turned out to work even better. However, that method isn't the limit. There's still something stronger. In comes something, which I call the extreme wheelie. What I mean by that is to pull the motorbike's rear wheel so high that it grinds against the asphalt. It looks absurd, sounds even worse, but it's generally possible. And now, the best part. While we're performing such a wheelie, we apply the tapping method. And that combination must be causing some kind of short circuit in the engine, because our motorcycle begins to gain speed very quickly, even quicker than with the tapping alone. The difference is noticeable, which is best to be observed on the comparison on the screen. Another bit of magic happens with police helicopters. Let's assume we've got 3 wanted stars. We're being chased with a helicopter, and we destroy it with, let's say, a minigun. And then, if we type in the cheat code AEZAKMI, so the code which disables the wanted level, pure comedy kicks off. The helicopter begins to fly away, still exploding every now and then, until it despawns and it goes out of our sight. The same happens if instead of the police cheat code, we type in the sandstorm cheat code. The effect remains identical. A helicopter flying away in explosions. Why does this happen? Well, the script responsible for the heli's escape apparently doesn't check if the heli is functional. After all, in GTA SA, if we shoot down a helicopter, it doesn't get fully destroyed until it touches the ground. So the game reads it as if the heli is destroyed and the explosion effects are triggered. But at the same time, the game doesn't consider it as wrecked because it hasn't touched the ground and never finished its destruction procedure. Therefore, the script sees no issue whatsoever in commanding the helicopter with the escape function. And since that causes the heli to fly away from the ground, so it never touches it, The process remains active until the heli goes out of our sight. Many people are irritated with one serious oversight of Rockstar. It's about Caesar's gang being hostile towards CJ and his gang, regardless of the stage of the story and the relationship between CJ and Caesar. In other words, they're always trying to hound CJ out of their turf. Such images kill the immersion because it's ridiculous for our best friend soldiers to attack us. However, I gotta admit that Rockstar was very consistent with their messed up logic. That obviously leads to many absurdities. Because if we drive on the turf of the Barrio Los Aztecas with Caesar, his gang will still attack CJ. After a while, it gets even funnier because Caesar will see his soldiers attacking CJ and will begin to defend him by attacking his own gang. In turn, the Aztecas will then begin to attack not only CJ, but also their own boss. A complete circus. And that's not even it, because the same happens in the case of Woozie and his triad. At least in this case, the triad won't attack CJ until he pulls off some madness on their turf first. But if we do initiate a conflict, then give it a few seconds, and you'll often become a witness of a brawl between Woozie and his soldiers. The Ballas, who are trying to kill CJ in the first mission, are a good joke too. Apparently, there's some kind of imposters, because other Ballas, for example, those we find on the street, will often be hostile towards them. It doesn't make any sense, but from a technical standpoint, that's exactly how it was coded. See, each pet has its so-called pet type. For example, a prostitute, drug dealer, male civilian, female civilian, and various gangsters, such as a baller, a family's member, a vago, and so on. The pet type tells a pedestrian how they should behave and how to react to specific events in the game world. For instance, the ballers are coded to attack the families, and the vagos to fight the Aztecas. And the whole trick is that the developers didn't even give neither Woozie, Caesar, nor the ballers from the first mission a suiting pet type. They also haven't set certain behaviors manually. This whole aspect was simply omitted, thanks to which the game doesn't even consider Caesar as a character friendly with the Aztecas, doesn't read Woozie as a member of the triad, and doesn't consider the ballers from the Big Smoke mission as actual ballers. As a result, interactions of such characters with the usual pedestrians on the street often end up becoming completely illogical images, like a baller shooting another baller. One of the good old fun facts is that we can find the vehicles in which we were arrested on the police's impound lots around the state. However, this mechanic has more to it than just that. There's also one thing about it, which I don't think many people know of. See, it turns out that the developers, in order to implement this mechanic, used a very similar function to the one handling the garages. Yes, those in which we can store vehicles. That's why we can actually use the impound lots the same way as the garages we often find next to our safe houses. It's kind of uncomfortable to get inside because you gotta first snatch a police car to get the gates open. Yet that doesn't change the fact that we're able to do that. We can park our car there, save our progress, exit the game entirely, launch it anew, and our vehicle will still be there, waiting for us at the impound lot. You can store up to 3 vehicles per lot like that. Unfortunately, it also has its flaws. First of all, if we get arrested while having 3 cars stored at the lot, one of our current vehicles gets irreversibly replaced with the one we just got arrested in. Often, it doesn't even take getting arrested for our vehicles to disappear. See, every time you enter the lot or you pass it by, the script of the lot will trigger, spawning not only our cars, but also other cars. You know, those random cars parked around which create the location's ambiance. Unfortunately, it often occurs that those random cars spawn close to the place we've made into our garage. The game needs to pick up to 3 vehicles to save and spawn later in that area. It often happens that it chooses those random cars around it rather than the ones we put there manually. This results in us losing our vehicles.
At Central Michigan University, create art, get experience, get hired, discover something new, get experience, get hired, guaranteed. Eligibility terms and information apply. See website for details. Oh, no way!
In the mission's management issues and 555 We Tip, we can make a bit of comedy. For the record, both of those missions have CJ using camouflage. He uses somebody else's car in order to be recognized as its owner. Of course, in both of those missions, the game doesn't allow for damaging the car, since that would blow our cover. It turns out, however, that developers didn't think of everything. Essentially, we'll have the same circus as the one in the mission Trojan Voodoo in GTA Vice City. Remember how Tommy, in his Hawaiian shirt, along with a posse of Cubans dressed in their gang colors, drove onto the turf of a drug factory belonging to the Haitians? The Haitians hated the Cubans. They were lurking, hunting for them all day long, and would open fire at any sight of a Cuban. In that mission, the Haitians didn't spot anything suspicious. Right. After all, the Cubans entered the factory using truly brilliant camouflage, didn't they? It turns out that the developers didn't draw any conclusions from that mess while making GTA SA. See, in the two missions mentioned before, a player is free to use tuning garages. When it comes to management issues, it seems that the developers completely forgot about it. As much as the paint spray was set to not change our car's color, the Transpender still offers a whole variety of paints. We can paint our car pink, change the wheels, add hydraulics, and trigger the mission marker with our suspension up, and nothing will happen. Mad Dog Security will not see anything out of the ordinary, and no one will suspect anything. On the other hand, in the mission 555 We Tip, it seems at first as if the developers learned from their mistake. A visit at a paint spray or a color change fails the mission right away. However, there's still a possibility to tune the attorney's car into exhibit speeds from Pit My Ride. Unfortunately, the developers removed the tuned version of the car at the later stage of the mission. The attorney's car gets spawned from scratch, so the final cutscene has the boring version. Shame, really. It was a perfect opportunity for a funny alternative cutscene. You know, the attorney sees the state of his car and throws a humorous line, and the poor valet who brought it over has to explain himself. Sounds like an amusing idea, especially that Rockstar likes implementing alternative cutscenes, like in the mission Stowaway. This was just another perfect opportunity for that. In the last episode, we observed images which were a living proof of the fact that San Andreas has unlimited possibilities. Today, I've also got something of that sort to show you. You need to get a heat-seeking rocket launcher and jump onto a cargo truck. Then wait for it to get some speed. Then we aim with the launcher and wait until it locks onto the train. So we wait for the green blip to turn red. We fire a rocket and just observe. The rocket will be moving at a very similar speed as the train, so we'll be able to travel side by side. The effect is also achievable on the freeway in Las Venturas. While we're standing on top of a moving vehicle, we fire a rocket at a car in front of us. Then the rocket also travels right next to us in a beautiful way. In mission Los Sepulcros, we drive to the cemetery with Sweet, where the Ballas are holding a funeral for one of their OGs. The plan is to mess it up and erase everyone there. What's interesting, Rockstar spawned the Ballas there before we hit the marker next to the cemetery. That's not really in their style, because it's easier to spawn an ambiance in the place only when it's actually necessary. Spawning it earlier requires additional work, and making sure that a player won't be able to mess the ambiance up before it's necessary. Exactly. It turns out that before we hit the marker, we can come up to the Ballas and join their grieving over the dead OG. The Ballas, in this whole atmosphere of grief and despair, apparently forgot about their hatred towards Caesar and became peaceful and merciful. And as much as attacking the Ballas will result in a mission failure, there is a way to kill all of them off and continue the mission. All it takes is to accelerate a vehicle at the Ballas and bail out before it hits them. Then the Ballas will take damage, and we won't fail the quest. The situation is similar with the police. If we manage to get a wanted level and we use our Ballas as living shields for the police and bullets, we can also kill them before we trigger the cutscene. I mean, as long as we make it before the time limit runs out, which
I gotta pee.
Problematic.
Yeah, get you guys off.
In any case, it's another hilarious way to bring any logic in the mission in the game. If you've got more of those, let me know in the comment, and we'll test them out in future videos. Inspired by your suggestions, I went back to a certain trick, which a lot of us may remember from GTA Vice City. In that game, we could do something very funny. All it took was to pause the game and begin spamming a given code. Upon resuming gameplay, it turned out that every single instance of the cheat code has been registered. The effect? Tank fountains, chain explosions, and complete chaos on the streets. The issue was fixed along with GTA San Andreas, so the usual cheat stacking doesn't work here anymore. However, someone suggested a very interesting idea in a comment. The pause menu was fixed. Right, but what about the replays? Now that function is known to be very glitchy in San Andreas. What if we trigger a replay and then spam the cheat codes, and then see if they all get applied after we turn off the replay? I decided to verify that, and the effect turned out to be better than I assumed. The cheats typed in while watching a replay do not only influence the actual game world, but also the one in the replay. For example, if you use the cheat code to explode all cars while watching a replay, the cars registered in a replay will explode. After leaving the replay, we'll see that the cars in the actual game world have nonetheless exploded. A similar case is with the maximum fat and maximum muscle cheat codes. The changes are applied both within the replay and in the actual gameplay. Thus, we can modify the CJ from the replay in that way, and the effects will also stay with us in the actual gameplay. It's even more bizarre with spawned vehicles. Vehicles spawned during a replay appear within the replay. They'll also be transferred into the real world of the game. That also suggests that the replays aren't an isolated mode in San Andreas. The game simulates replays in the same instance of the world, in which the usual gameplay is going on. The gameplay later gets paused and hidden, and the game loads in the replay's data. After it's done, the elements of the replay get removed. The gameplay layer resumes, and the control over our character restored. Not all mechanisms were disabled during a replay, though. Therefore, some cheat codes create a sort of a bridge between those two layers. On a side note, I also discovered that a replay can save us from dying under trans wheels. So it's a useful bonus fact for you. If you can think of other cheat codes which would be worth checking out, let me know. I've got a feeling that this phenomenon can lead to some wild effects.
Okay, enough GTA stuff. Snickers. And I'm gonna stay up for a little bit since this video is not doing good. Let's change it to something else. I know my channel's not doing so good, but at least you're trying to have some fun. I know. That's an hour ago.
Recently, I posted a video where I broke down part of the available information about episode 9. However, I left a few questions unanswered. So today, we're going to talk about new hints from Glitch, find out what dark past C&A is hiding, and what's really behind the mask of the friendly, colorful digital. Look at the idea of characters returning. Let's figure out what exactly the other choice the prisoners of the digital circus might make is. But before that, let's briefly go back to episode 8, because this is actually really important for what happens next. We all remember the horror each character went through during Kane's, so to speak, madness, self-rejection, a painful past, fake friends. Kane dragged every single one of them into their worst nightmare, but shortly before that, he just had some fun with them, and this topic was explored a bit more in a recent merch video.
What do they need all these pieces for? Who knows? Not me!
Wait, did that look normal? Did I miss something?
Your tail's missing, freak.
Okay, that's not so bad.
Here, it's important to pay attention to how the characters react to yet another round of torment. They just don't care anymore. No fear or anger, just pure indifference. And that's exactly what triggered Kane's sudden mood shift. I'm sure these events happened between the scene where he was tormenting the characters and the moment where Kane reflects on the fact that no one is having fun, and this was partly one of the reasons why Kane eventually completely lost control, making him more vulnerable. If we follow Kane's storyline, at first he didn't understand what exactly the characters didn't like. Then it started to frustrate him that none of the adventures brought anyone any joy, which in turn took away Kane's own sense of enjoyment. This gradually destroyed Kane's stability, and eventually led to a completely distorted understanding of what fun actually is, which is why all those tormenting moments seemed entertaining and fun to him. At the moment when the character stopped reacting to it, Kane realized that there was nothing left that could make him feel important. Absolutely nothing could bring him any joy, and basically if he hadn't remembered Kinger, he most likely would have just left the characters alone and become a completely detached administrator. In the previous video, we already talked about how right before his disappearance, Kane realized that he understood all of his mistakes, which was also confirmed by his voice actor. We also said that Kane's return has to happen because without him, the digital circus will continue to fall apart. This might not happen right away. Maybe the system temporarily stops the self-destruction process. However, the longer Kane is absent from the digital circus, the more damage this place will take, since Kane is the only one who can maintain stability inside the system. We remember that episode 9 will be 1 hour and 7 minutes long,
and it's very likely that Kane's return will happen in the second half of the episode, since the first half will be focused on something else, and that's exactly what we're about to talk about. The announcement of the last act came with a description of the final episode. The most important part is where it says that after a complete failure, the characters are left alone with the prospect of being stuck inside the system forever. They will gain access to more information about C and A and their project, and this truth will completely change their perception of the digital circus. The truth they uncover will be so horrifying that they'll only have two options: accept it and stay there forever, or make the other choice. Now let's take a closer look at what exactly the characters might uncover, and we should start with what we already know. C&A is a company founded in the 90s in the state of Missouri, whose main goal was to create a creative AI. At that time, this kind of technology seemed impossible, which is why they brought together the best programmers to try and achieve the impossible, and spoiler, they actually did it. Kinger or Grant created the perfect foundation, which was then refined by Scratch and the rest of the team, and in the end they created a perfect AI that would seem impossible even by today's standards. However, this was just a convenient and polished facade behind which C&A leadership was hiding something much bigger. Alongside brilliant programmers, another crucial part of C&A were equally brilliant scientists who studied how the brain works and the possibility of transferring it into a digital space that would be controlled by that same creative AI. After successful testing, they launched the system at full scale, and their, so to speak, victims were 18 people. From Abel's story, many people, including me, believe this was actually Scratch's story. We understand that no one willingly wanted to be part of this process, so C&A leadership used two methods: force or deception. They used former employees through force, transferring their consciousness into the digital reality against their will, while regular people were lured in through deception. And this becomes clear if you look at the scene of Ragatha's first appearance.
What? Hello? Guys? I can't figure out how to... Guys? Hello? Can you help me out here? What's happening? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Are you okay?
Who are you? Take this off.
She's clearly confused and doesn't understand what's going on or where she ended up. You have to admit, a regular headset doesn't raise any suspicion, and it really looks like they were just invited to test a game, for example. How exactly Kinger ended up in the digital circus is unknown. However, if we remember episode 5, it becomes clear that Pomni and Zubul entered the digital circus through a headset they found in an abandoned building.
And I would see that when I was like exploring abandoned buildings, you know.
I sometimes do that. No one recorded though.
No one else mentioned this, which means Jax and Gangle entered the digital circus the same way as Ragatha. They were simply deceived by C&A employees who came up with some safe excuse for testing the headset. It's important to note that these three characters had really serious problems in real life, and it's very likely that people like them were the main target for C&A. I'm sure episode 9 will expand on this and make it clear to the characters that Gangle was the last one to enter the digital circus through C&A, which means controlled consciousness transfer into the digital circuit no longer exists, and Zubul and Pomni ended up here, so to speak, by accident. This in turn will make the characters realize that C&A is gone, and in a situation like this, no one is coming to help them anymore. However, even this isn't the most disturbing thing the characters will learn. Not many people think about it, but while the character's consciousness exists inside the digital world, their physical bodies are still in the real world. Pomni and Zubul's bodies are currently in the abandoned buildings where the headsets were found, while the situation with the other characters' bodies is much more interesting. It seems to me that after a successful consciousness transfer, C&A put the human body into something like a suspended state so that it could be brought back to life if needed, but after the company shut down, obviously no one is monitoring their bodies anymore. All of this leads us to the idea that most likely every single character is already dead, and that will be one of the darkest truths revealed in the final episode. At that point, the characters will have to make that exact choice: accept eternal life in the digital circus or return to the real world. Transferring consciousness back is very much possible, and you'll see why in a moment. But the problem is there would be nowhere to return to, because the moment they leave the digital circus, their lives would immediately end. At this point, the question is, how will the characters even learn all of this, and how will they get any kind of way to leave the digital circus? Everyone remembers the beginning of episode 8, where it was revealed that originally there were two AI agents, one of them being Kane, and the other one known as Experimental. At first it might seem obvious. Kane absorbed the second AI and gained the stability he was lacking. But what if the characters, more specifically Kinger, somehow manage to bring that blue AI back? Of course he's not as advanced as Kane, however his key trait is stability. They were both fed the same information, but the blue AI, due to its stability, processed everything much better. In that case, the blue AI could be the one who reveals the full truth to the characters of C and A about how the system they're in actually works and how they can get out of it. It sounds a bit crazy, but after the latest episodes, nothing would surprise me anymore. And as always, I'll be waiting for your thoughts in the comments. In that case, Kane's return would mostly be necessary just to maintain stability in the digital circus, while the second AI agent would play a much bigger role. The blue AI would reveal a lot about abstraction and how to make this process reversible. I've already told you that abstraction, the actual process of turning into an uncontrollable monster, is basically just a glitch in a character's code. If you get access to that code, the situation can be fixed pretty easily. And considering how many hints Glitch has dropped about Queenie's return lately, at least one character could fully come back. Remember how I said the characters will face a difficult choice? Who do you think will decide to stay in the digital circus forever, and who will choose to end it all? I think Jax and Kinger will definitely stay, and as always, I'm waiting for your thoughts in the comments, and see you soon.
That's rough. But hey, with SafePlay, you can get that fixed anytime.
Okay, I'm done. I'm out. I'll be back on later.